Omicron, an Arctic blast is set to send temperatures plummeting to -5 centigrade this weekend and blanket parts of Britain in snow. Snow?
Oh, no.
And still, thousands of homes remain without heating a week after Storm Arwen destroyed power lines across the country, which would be surprising if it happened in Burkina Faso, if there is indeed such a place. But it's pretty pathetic in modern go-ahead first world global Britain. I mean, really? We can't do anything in this country. Norway or Canada literally ploughs on under 83 feet of snow, and planes land and trains run and buses arrive at their destination. We get 2 snowflakes, fall on cold ground, and we lose power. And the roads are out. And public transport is cancelled, and we have to spend 3 days locked in a pub with an Oasis tribute band.
Rock and roll!
You know, that music doesn't last long enough. This beautiful music, the only thing that's wrong with it is it doesn't last long enough. Shall I put it on a loop?
No.
Oh, okay then. The Met Office said a flurry is set to hit Scotland before eastern parts of the country covered in 9 centimetres of snow. And I'll translate that from evil European surrender measurements so that you don't have to. I mean, we like to divide by 12. Europeans like to divide by 10. Where's the sense in that? So 9 centimetres to feet is multiply 9, divide by 5 and add 32. So 9 nines are 91. Divide by 5 is about roughly, it's like 5 into 9 is 1 and carry the 3, and 5 into 30 is 7, so that's 17, plus 32 is 57. Wow, 57 feet of snow in some parts of the country over the weekend. Can you believe that?
No.
Temperatures could fall as low as -5 centigrade at the weekend, and I am mentally all tired out after that last bit of mental arithmetic, so you do the change to Her Majesty's Fahrenheit. Stephen Keats, media advisor and marine meteorologist at the Met Office. There's no such job title. That's ridiculous. He's media advisor and marine meteorologist at the Met Office? Rubbish. Anyway, he said it's generally quite cold. Yeah, well, we don't need an expert to tell us that. We know that, Stephen Keats, media advisor and marine meteor... Oh, never mind. He said, snowfall can be seen mainly over higher ground for the most part, and I sincerely hope that your part remains unaffected. Tomorrow, mixture of sunny spells and showers. The showers heaviest and the most frequent in the northwest. Yeah, well, I bet it is. I bet it is. Checking while you wait. Light rain and a moderate breeze tonight. Light rain and showers tomorrow. Sunny intervals on Sunday. Rubbish. And then raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday and raining on Thursday and raining on Friday and raining next Saturday and raining on Sunday and raining on next Monday and raining on Tuesday and raining on Wednesday the 15th and raining on Thursday the 16th. Every single day for the rest of your lives. Oh, well, never mind. Tomorrow, mixture of sunny spells and showers. Showers heaviest and most frequent in the north and the west. Also, thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Outlook to Tuesday, cold and frosty in the west, showers elsewhere, rain clears easterly on Monday, wet and windy on Tuesday. So that's just blech. Would you like to hear the long-range weather forecast for the entirety of December?
No.
Right, this is to Friday the 17th. Unsettled start to the period, showers, chance of snow in the north, then showers or rain and windy, followed by longer spells of rain. Followed by rain, then showers, with a chance of snow. Feeling cold.
Fabulous.
That is rubbish. And do you want to know what it's going to be like over Christmas and New Year? Oh, okay then. Milder than earlier in the month and more settled around Christmas and towards New Year. Milder than earlier in the month and more settled around Christmas and towards New Year? We'll take it. By the way, those hoping for a white Christmas, Bookmakers Coral says there's a 67% chance of snow falling somewhere in Britain on Christmas Day. Bet nah, place your bets, bet nah. It seems pretty weird to be betting on the outcome of Jesus' birthday, but I'm not religious, so what do I know? If you put a bet on and pray, will you win? Does that work? Mikey emails, you were invited to our annual Christmas knees-up at number 10. Fancy dress optional. Oh, OK then, I'll come as a criminal. With a swag bag over my shoulder. Oh, someone's already doing that? Oh, OK, then it's a no from me. Here's call in Glasgow. Yes, Robert.
Oh, hello. Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Robert.
How are you?
I'm great, mate. Are you wet?
Well, it's pouring, but I'm inside nice and warm and cosy.
Ah.
So, I have two questions. First question is, when are you going to have your Christmas meal, your Christmas dinner? You're on air on Christmas Eve, starting the Z. So, I know you're having pizza.
Pizza. Pizza.
Are you going to have something with it or just a pizza?
Well, I might have a crisp.
Are you going to have some wine?
I'm going to have some wine. No, I don't drink.
Booze.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of wine. I have my Christmas the week before I start. I do all of that. I pretend that it's Christmas, and I recommend this every year because everybody else is. After I've finished my whole thing, because I'll do Christmas about the whatever the middle of the week previous to the 24th is. It's like it'd be the 20th or the 17th, something like that. Yeah, and so I've done mine by the 17th. By the 18th, I'm doing pretend Boxing Day. Meanwhile, everybody else is running around, pulling their hair out, trying to get everything together for Christmas, and I'm just sitting there serene and relaxed.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
So, second question is, Steve Allen said he'd left you some Christmas treats.
No, well, unless Christmas treats are mandarins. Who wants a mandarin as a Christmas treat?
Boring.
No, I've got no Christmas treats.
Okay.
You want to get your finger out, Steve? We're seriously lacking in snacks here, mate.
All right. Thank you very
much. Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. James texts, Je me plains. What? I am a professional French clown, and I object to being compared to your Prime Minister, a clown. Yeah. A clown bodge. Yes. All right, if you want me to do that straight away, why not? Excellent place to start. A minister hit back at Emmanuel Macron after it was claimed that the French president called Boris Johnson a clown. A clown? Why would anybody think that?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah. George Freeman described the alleged remark. George Freeman is a minister. Anybody know who he's the minister of? What he's the minister of? Anyone? Oh, too late. Me either. George Freeman described the alleged remark as pretty unhelpful. He said, "Of course the Prime Minister isn't a clown." There's been so many of these people that have been sent out on the media around this week to deny what we all know is the truth about this or that this government is guilty of. Do you think their heart sinks when their number comes up and they get wheeled out to say, "Oh, God, of course they didn't have any partridge at number 10. Oh! No rules were broken in the breaking of these rules. Please. Do they think we're idiots?
Yes.
George Freeman described the alleged remark that Boris Johnson was a clown as pretty unhelpful and said, "Of course the Prime Minister isn't a clown." Do you think that was in his notes before he went out? "You must make it absolutely clear that the Prime Minister isn't a clown." Of course he isn't a clown. That's scientifically accurate, as the actual Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Science, Research and Innovation, George Freeman, said so. That's his title, Under-Secretary of State for Science, Research and Innovation, George Freeman. It's scientifically provable that Boris Johnson is not a clown, apparently. The claims appeared in a French magazine called Le Canard en Chaîne, which for fact fans means the chained duck. Poor duck. The magazine that reported that Emmanuel Macron, a French person, called Johnson a clown and described the British government as a circus. Yeah, completely correct in every respect. I've used the phrase many, many, many times. So many times, in fact, that I should probably be in jail for 51 weeks. This is a catastrophic clown show that we've got running the shop here. What's French for catastrophic? Catastrophe, probably. Johnson is a clown and the British government are a circus, so reports a French magazine called The Chained Duck. This is so perfect in every detail. Bodger is a clown, the British government is a circus. Sounds like completely correct in every respect to me. And as though to prove it, Johnson came in, squeezed into his clown car, and all the wheels fell off. Yeah, funny, no?
No.
Insiders told the investigative weekly magazine The Chained Duck that the French president had also called Mr. Johnson a good-for-nothing.
Correct.
Yeah. Seriously, what is he actually good for? And that is a serious question. I mean, he's no good at following his own rules that would get us fined for disobeying. He's no good at relationships or being faithful. He's rubbish in a crisis. He can't take responsibility. He runs away from confrontation, literally into a fridge, when questioned by a TV host on a sofa. And he earns a fortune, but still can never find any money to pay for anything. As far as I can tell, he used to be funny, and that's it.
Fabulous.
So, answers on a postcard or a text, if you insist. What is Boris Johnson actually good for? Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Science, Research and Innovation, George Freeman, was asked for his response to these comments from Emmanuel Macron. He suggested the remarks could have been made because of the French presidential election, which is scheduled to take place in April next year. Yeah, quite possibly, but that doesn't stop them from being true, does it? He said, well, I think we're into pantomime season, aren't we? Oh, no, we're not. He says there's a French election coming. It's pretty unhelpful. Of course the Prime Minister isn't a clown, said Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Science, Research and Innovation. Oh, is this real life or am I hallucinating? He said, the Prime Minister isn't a clown. He is the elected Prime Minister of this country with a very big mandate, leading this country through the pandemic. OK, well, a couple of things. First off, no one needs to know how big his mandate is.
Disgusting.
And if his job is leading us through the pandemic, then he's failed by every count. Worst death numbers coupled with worst economic hit. Most money disappeared into the pockets of friends and donors. Least accountability. Worst at following his own rules. I mean, am I missing anything at all? And as for being the pantomime season, as I previously said, oh no, it isn't. Macron blamed Britain leaving the EU as the starting point of ongoing tensions between the two countries. According to the magazine, Macron said very quickly Boris Johnson realised that the situation was catastrophic for the British. There's no petrol in the pumps. There's a whole bunch of stuff missing. He positions himself as a victim. He makes France a scapegoat. He tries to turn every simplistic situation into a complex problem. We've been in this situation since March. Yeah. What's the French for absolutely?
Absolutely.
Oh, right. Is it? Macron is then quoted as saying of Johnson, in private he says he's sorry to act this way, but he admits that above all he must respond to public opinion. It's then that Macron's alleged to have said, it's very sad to see a great country, with which we could do so much, being led by a clown. Johnson has the attitude of a good-for-nothing. Yeah, correctamundo. Bodger Johnson is a good-for-nothing. Or is he? This is a texter. What is Boris Johnson good for? I'll start you off. We could use him as a draft excluder. There you are. What else? Think about it. Right, already I've got like 500 texts to get through. I'm not going to be able to do it. Andy emails, I see your old school was voted #1 independent school in Scotland. I very much doubt it. They must ban parents listening to your efforts at temperature conversion when they try to sell the benefits of an expensive education. I'd like to see the evidence that school was voted #1 independent school in Scotland. Dan says, Bodger would make a perfect scarecrow. Richard texts, in regard to the question, what is Boris Johnson good for? He can't even switch on the Christmas lights in Downing Street. Have you seen the tree in Trafalgar Square? I mean, normally it's pretty weak. It's a pretty weak and pathetic affair. But this year, wow. The Norwegians must really hate us. It looks like the tree would look in the new year after most of its needles have fallen off and it's been missing a couple of branches. It's pathetic. I mean, really, really weak. Thanks a lot, Norway. But as usual, the lights are abysmal. I mean, you can tart up a rubbish tree with great lights. As an example, not that it's a rubbish tree, it's a fantastic tree, it always is. I don't know how New York can afford it and we can't. Never mind about Norway. I mean, OK, the tree comes from Norway. We don't have to put it in Trafalgar Square. We can get our own better tree and put it in Trafalgar Square, can't we? I mean, it's the centre of the blooming country. It's where all measurements are taken from, Trafalgar Square. Well, I know it's like Charing Cross, but never mind. It's near there or thereabouts. Look at the tree in Rockefeller Center in New York. It hurts your eyes to even look at a picture of it. It's so bright. I mean, it really is fantastic. It looks like something out of a Disney cartoon. It's amazing. And then look at our pathetic, sad effort here. It's like a worker. I tweeted this the other day. I've spent way too much time on Twitter. I've tried to give it up, but I can't. I said something of the order of, it's like one bored worker with a fag in his mouth, tweeting with one hand, threw a string of lights at the tree with his other, thought, yeah, that'll do, and then walked off. It's pathetic. I mean, really, really sad. It'd be better if it wasn't there. You just look at it and you think, oh. You're supposed to go, but you go, weak. Brighton, hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, you ask what's Bodger good for? He's good for winning by-elections. He's done it again.
Barely. I don't think it had anything to do with him.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's in the clear again as well. Whatever he does, he's in the clear, isn't he? It seems.
Well, if you mean, is he going to face the consequences that an ordinary person would face for breaking his own rules, then no, apparently not, because there is no evidence.
Well, yeah, I mean, almost anything that comes his way. I mean, you look at the chaos of the channel crossings and everything else that's going on, that's happening, that Owen Patterson, etc. It seems nothing hits him, and the main thing is if he keeps winning by-elections, then he's in the clear, isn't he?
I think that he used. Hello.
Yep.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
Is anybody there?
Hello. Are you still there?
No, I'm not. I left a while ago. All right, thanks a lot, John. Leave it with me. Did that make any sense?
No.
A little bit. Every now and again, there was some sense that peeked through. It peeked through and said...
Hello.
Yeah, hello. Thanks a lot, John. You've delighted us enough. What was he saying? Oh, yeah, that nothing seems to stick to Bodger. Yeah, I think that used to be the case, but things... But like a cooking... like a non-stick cooking pan... I think his Teflon is wearing off. I think things are beginning to stick to you, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Only just barely scraped by. In Sidcup, you could have put a goat with a blue rosette up for election in Sidcup and it would have got through. I don't know, there's something in the air down there. They seem to be utterly delighted with absolutely everything that's happening to them. I'll get into that in a minute. Not enough time at the moment. Terry texts, Bodger, leave him alone, he's trying his best. Right, you just get one of those. Andy says, oh no, read that. Tim emails, are you going to put more mugs with your face onto eBay? They would make good stocking fillers, best to include a certificate of authenticity. I think you must be emailing somebody else by mistake. You're trying to email Steve Allen. Steve's not here right now. I've never had a mug with my face on eBay, or anything else with my face on for that matter. John Tex, stop picking on Boris every week, please. Oh, John, did you hear something you didn't like on the radio? Oh, are you going to be okay? Alice Tex, regarding George Freeman, in answer as to who had been at the party at number 10, he said, I don't know because I wasn't there. All of those people coming out with detailed instructions as to what to say. We have not broken the rules. We have not broken the rules. Like blooming robots.
Affirmative.
Droids he sends out.
Correct.
I think he removes their brains and their hearts before sending them out to read off a prepared script. No rules were broken. MTEX, Boris Johnson and his hard-working staff needed some time to relax and unwind. They did this safely and followed the rules. Please give our brave leader a break. I think there's a seam of sarcasm that runs through that like words through Black Bull Rock. Billy Tex, Boris is good at not answering difficult questions. Joanne says, Boris Johnson, what's he good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
Rock and roll!
That should be Boris Johnson. What's he good for? Pat tweets, what's he good for? I suppose Bozo might be of use as a decoy while escaping from a charging hippo. Are you being offensive about his weight? Let's see. Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Just wondering what you thought about the week when you actually had it up carefully, because you were talking about the minister before. But it's only a couple of days since there was a minister on saying that he was going to cancel his department's Christmas party, which was a really not sort of on message, was it?
What message? What's the message? On message? I didn't realise there was a message. I thought they were all over the place like a monkey's dinner.
No, the message was, don't cancel your Christmas arrangements yet. And then his minister goes on and says...
Yeah, I've cancelled my Christmas arrangements, yeah.
Cancelled my Christmas arrangements.
It's almost as though they don't know what they're doing.
And then you had Therese Coffey on Peston the other night, and he actually took it easy on her in the end, because she just could do nothing but apologise at the end of the day. But then you had the Thorpe woman on, who is the new vaccines czar.
Oh, yeah.
On Newsnight, and she did nothing but apologise. Everyone kept criticising, and then she was there as Boris's defender, and she kept saying, no, it wasn't very good, was it? We'll have to do better. And it was just a total bloody car crash at the end of the day. And then you had
a clown car crash. Yeah, he comes into the middle of the ring, all the wheels fall off, and the doors, and then the engine blows up, yeah.
And Uncle Jacob, with the £6 million loan from his... tax haven company. Well, what the hell are ministers allowed to have tax havens for? Never mind the second jobs. Get rid of the tax haven accounts first.
Yeah, I think that you'll find yourself in jail as soon as this phone call is completed, Mike. There'll be people bursting through your door any moment now, probably spraying the place with gunfire.
But I think the only success you could sort of put down to Boris this week is...
Don't say it.
Is he really going for a second edition of Shameless?
Oh, I see. Right. Shameless.
You know where they sort of secretly film things, and then a couple of years later they release it as a documentary? Well, if he was going for Shameless, he couldn't be doing a better job.
Couldn't be doing a better job. Doing an excellent job there, Bodge. What do you think about that? Yeah, he's unsure. He doesn't know whether it's a compliment or not. But he probably thinks it's probably a compliment because everybody loves me. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. Stay offended. Ian texts, did these greedy MPs have 1 or 2 pay rises last year during the pandemic? Well, I think it was much, much more than that, wasn't it? A pay rise, that sounds like peanuts compared to what they've managed to pull off. They threw up into the air hundreds of billions of pounds of our money to cascade over the upturned expectant faces of the regime's friends, enablers and donors. It's called trickle-down economics. Tony texts, Ken Clark quotes, Boris Johnson couldn't run a whelk stall to save his life, let alone the country. I wouldn't leave him in charge of running a bath.
Oh, sorry about that.
Abingdon. Hello, Dean.
Hello, Nick. Good evening to you.
Dean.
I'm wondering whether, like people were saying, nothing could touch Boris, but it can, because if you look at it was a Tory stronghold in the last election just gone, and they lost quite dramatically. They lost their followers, if you like.
Yes.
And so it was reduced to about, I don't know, I can't remember whether it was reduced to about 400 or something like that. It's something stupid it was. They lost about 4,000 votes.
Something stupid. Something stupid, Bodger.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
I can't remember the actual figures, Nick.
Well, I have them in the palm of my hand, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
So leave it with me.
Yeah, I'll leave it with you, mate.
All right. Thanks a lot, Dean. Oliver Dowden has hailed the Conservative Party's victory in the Old Bexley and Sidcup by-election as a tremendous victory. He warned a reduced majority shows the government must focus and get on with delivery. Delivery. I mean, the Conservative Party have been in power for 11 years. Exactly how long does it take to deliver? You could have sent a parcel to Neptune in the time it's taken this lot to deliver. There is no delivery date. There's nothing to deliver other than hope and mendacity. Hope is for tomorrow, always tomorrow. Mendacity delivered fresh every day.
Thank you.
In the Conservative safe seat, Bodger, Johnson and the Tories were given a bloody nose, apparently, according to the papers. Even the Mail said this, after their majority was slashed from almost 19,000 to less than 4,500. Yeah, but there is one figure that is, in my mind, the most important, and it's not that one. Shadow Solicitor General Ellie Reeves said the 10.3% swing to Labour was fantastic. What, as in science fiction? And if replicated at a general election, Labour would be within reach of forming a majority government. Yeah, never mind about that. What's incredible is that 11,189 of the good people of Old Bexley and Sidcup are so thrilled with how everything is going that they think their best choice is to carry on just like this. Incredible. I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it, Bodger?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Even he can't believe it. So it's the Conservatives, 11,189. That was practically 52% of the vote. 52% of the people in Sidcup and Old Bexley are thrilled with the way it's going. Can you believe that?
No.
Labour on about 30%. Reform on about 6.5%. Greenies, 3.8. 3.8 for the Greenies.
Groovy.
And the Lib Dems, you remember the Lib Dems, don't you?
No.
They used to be a thing a while ago. Just under 3%. Wow. UKIP got 0.85%.
I'm a nutcase.
Here's the most important number as far as my eyes are concerned. Turnout, 33.6%. What? 33.6%. Could anybody care?
No.
Not really, no. So the swing don't make no never mind. Nobody could be bothered to show up. Even the very, very conservative old Bexley and Sidcuppers couldn't be bothered to show up to vote for their own favourite party. 33.6%, which means that if everybody in Old Bexley and Sidcup that supported the Labour Party had shown up, if 100% of the Labour supporters in Old Bexley and Sidcup had shown up, they would have won. Voting should be the law in this country. It should be against the law to not vote. That's true. It must be. I mean, there's only 4,500 in it. A turnout of 33.6%. That is pathetic. So the Tories would not have won if everybody else who opposed them showed up to vote. But they couldn't because, I don't want to. It's so boring. Who else can we vote for? You know, oh, God, all these excuses that people give. And it's an excuse because they don't want to leave the house because it's a bit chilly or it's a bit windy or I don't want to, or there's something on the telly. Look, it's the Antiques Roadshow. Or Celebrity Antiques Roadshow. Celebrity Antiques Roadshow on ice. Ugh. Anyway, let's have Ashford. Hello, Milan.
Hi, Nick. Are you okay?
Yes, fine.
I'm just worried about you. I was going to ask you a question, but before I do that, it's like, what is Johnson good for? So he is absolutely fantastic at his powers of seduction.
Oh.
I don't mean his private life. I mean the electorate, because I don't know how he does it. He seems to always seduce the electorate, and it's like a scene from the Night of the Living Dead, where it's like zombie fashion. Right. They will just follow. I mean, we have talked about this before, but it has turned into a creepy cult. Yes. Where Johnson can do anything, and his fans will just lap it up and go, "Yeah, that's fine." That's
amazing.
Totally fine.
It's just beyond belief, really. I mean, at this point, how much evidence do you need? There's 150,000 dead people. We have the worst death rate, coupled with the worst economic hit of practically any other country on Earth. In fact, we may be actually the worst of any country on Earth, and people are still nodding sage and thinking, "Yep, things are going just great." Carry on.
Yeah, I think we're just marginally better than Brazil, and in Brazil, I think they've launched congressional hearings against the leader.
Yeah,
where nothing's happened there.
Nothing at all. No evidence. Lack of evidence. You see.
Yeah, and it's not even COVID. I mean, you've got loads of other. I mean, don't get me started on Brexit, which is an absolute disaster. Like this year.
I think what you mean is that everything is going completely fine.
And that leads me on to this. Can I ask something controversial?
Uh-oh.
Now and then, I listen on YouTube, compilations of you and calls with Brexit voters. I've got to ask: are they actually true? Are they actually real people? Because surely people can't be that misinformed.
Well, I don't really know what it is you're talking about. There's compilations of me talking to Brexit people.
Brexit voters phoning your radio station and coming up with utter nonsense. And
don't you know this is the greatest country in the world, and we want to get our democracy back, or something that.
Yeah, and stuff like, it's fine with the WTO deal. It's fine. You know, it was fantastic in the 1700s or in Elizabethan times.
Yeah. And we won the war. And always with the war.
Yeah, and you're trying desperately to provide them with details, and they're no interest in it at all. And I just thought, surely they can't be that misinformed. So, but are they real people?
Well, I don't have any knowledge of those clips. I haven't looked up myself on the internet in a good long while, but if I do, then I'm in for a big surprise, no doubt. Yeah, but I expect that they probably are.
Have you seen any good films lately?
Well, I went to see the new James Bond film at the cinema, and was that a good film?
No.
I couldn't wait for it to be over. It was awful.
It did go on for a long time, didn't it?
Yeah, about 3 days. It just never seemed to end. God, it was terrible. I mean, if it was a great film, then I don't really care how long it goes on for. But not that. Not for me. No, thank you. Appreciate it, but not for me.
Wow, that's controversial. I thought it was good, but not great. But yeah, it did drag on for
I think he's only done 2 good films. What's his name? The first one, Casino Royale, and Skyfall, both of which were actually really good, and the others were just weak, and it seemed like they rushed through them and didn't have much of an idea or budget really for the special defects. So my money is on the new Mission Impossible. That's what I'm hoping for.
New Mission Impossible? I don't know about it.
Yeah,
is there one coming out next?
Well, it should be pretty soon. I mean, Tom Cruise seems to have been filming it for about 3 years. I mean, it's been all the way through the Invisible Menace from China.
I suspect all the Mission Impossible films are absolutely amazing. I think that
not all of them. No, the second one was not worth seeing twice, but they seem to be getting better. Actually, the last one, whatever that was called, was absolutely. Was absolutely.
No one knows the order.
Yeah, I know. It was absolutely excellent. The last one. Look it up on the World Wide Web. Rob texts, what's the latest on Farage's return to frontline politics? Any idea? Well, I have no information other than...
The arguments that UKIP stands for aren't valid.
If you say so, Nige. Anne-Marie says, Boris is very good at supporting Peppa Pig. If I was Peppa Pig, I'd vote for him.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has...
yes.
Peppa Pig
is the right answer. Peppa Pig. Gary texts, if Bodge does get done, who's going to pay the £100 fine? Well, we will. The Information Commissioner's Office fined the UK government £500,000 this week for disclosing details of the recipients of its so-called New Year's Honours List, which reportedly included Elton John and former leader of the Conservative Party, Ian Duncan Smith, the regulator said on Thursday. The regulator came down hard on them. £500,000 fine, can you believe that? So who pays the £500,000 fine then? We do. And where does it go? Absolutely no idea. They fined the government £500,000. No, they didn't. They fined us, poor dopes who pay taxes. Have you ever heard of anything so ridiculous in your life? York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate. How are you?
Good. I'm very good. Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Now, that party at number 10, there's also a policeman at the door, isn't there?
Yes.
I wonder why he didn't realise there was something going on. He could have arrested the lot of them, couldn't he?
Yeah, he could have thrown a net over the entirety of them.
Yeah, unless, of course, they all sneaked in the back way. What do you think?
No, I think they probably all tipped their hat to him as they passed, knowing that they were beyond the law.
Yeah.
And it's not just one either. There's usually 2 or 3, and every time I go by, which is at least 3 or no, actually 6 times a week, they're always standing at the gates with bristling with weaponry, talking to each other. I mean, they're never not talking. How can you be standing at the gates for, I don't know, 8 hours or whatever it is that their shift is, and be talking continuously? I've never seen them not talking. I literally go by 6 times a week, and they're always talking to each other. What about what? What are they talking about?
God knows, I don't. I don't know. And you know that vaccines minister that I think Mike was talking about her. She was on Question Time the other night. Did you see it?
No, I did not. No.
Yeah. Well, she was trying to explain about this party.
Yeah, I saw the clips. Yeah. She wasn't there, but was absolutely certain that no rules had been broken. Sure.
That's right. No rules were broken. Yeah.
They must have
amazing,
given.
Isn't it?
It is incredible. They must have given each and every single minister who was going on TV or radio the same set of instructions. Just keep intoning this phrase: "No rules have been broken." If you just keep saying it over and over again, then poor dopes like me with small minds will start to believe it.
Exactly. Yeah. And what they're saying now is that, Boris says you can have a party this year, but others are saying you can't. So what do you say? What do you do? I heard that Matt Lucas clip again this morning, and it's so funny. Have you heard it?
No.
The one where he's taking Johnson off,
no.
Wear a mask or don't wear a mask. Work from home, but go to work if you can.
Yes.
You know, that kind of thing.
Right.
You want to listen to it. It's so funny.
I most certainly do not, Jan.
All right.
And I will not look it up. That sounds like homework to me.
Well, it is a bit of homework, but it's worth it, really.
Right.
You know.
Okay.
So funny.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the tip, Jan. Cheers, my dear.
Yep. Okay.
Tara, 0345 6060 973. Homework at the weekend, but miss. John emails Christmas in Trafalgar Square due to government cutbacks on branches. Seriously, that tree is such a sad and pathetic example. It's embarrassing that is, in effect, our national tree. Just look at a picture. It doesn't even have to be this year. It could be last year or the year before. Any year. Pick any year and look at the Rockefeller tree in New York, which is, by extension, America's tree. And it is incredible. You virtually need sunglasses to look at it. But ours, I've never seen such a sad and pathetic affair. It's just, it just looks so weak. They could have dolled it up with some lights. I mean, they had a crane up there to put that sad show that they've got on it at the moment. So why couldn't they have just, if you'd just gone to Ryman's, you could have picked up a box for 40 quid. It would have looked better than that. Stella text, how about using Boris Johnson as a loo brush? Well, that's just offensive, Stella. Sarah says, my boyfriend dumped me by text 3 weeks ago, completely out of the blue, and I just wanted to say each Friday and Saturday you stopped me moping about and made me laugh. Well, I'm sorry about your boyfriend dumping you by text. That's a weak thing to do. But appreciate the thought there, Sarah. Cheers, my dear. Paul says, Bodger could be used as a performance art installation on the spare... This is a good idea. Bodger could be used as a performance art installation on the spare plinth in Trafalgar Square. That's not bad, is it? We could just stick him up there and have him entertain us. Be funny! Perhaps named Shabby Man in shabby attire with shabby hair keeps on partying, says Paul. Yeah, he could take his own stereo up there and, do the disco dancing. Anybody want to see Boris Johnson disco dancing?
No.
Oh, okay then. No music. I could actually see that. That's a good idea. We could concrete his feet to the plinth and keep him out there day and night for our amusement. Hands up who thinks that's a good idea. Zach emails, George Freeman could go back to making his grills. They're great. Kevin says, the Norwegians give us that tree every year for our support in World War II, but Comrade Abbott thinks the tree is bad. Everybody that's seen it thinks the tree is bad, Kevin. Keep up. I know that they give it to us for our help in World War II, but it seems like their memory of that assistance is waning. They must be really upset with us for some reason or other. Or maybe it shrunk on the way over. That's probably it, isn't it? Yeah, it got wet and shrunk. Trees are known for doing that. This anonymous text says, hope you are well. Can we send you a Christmas gift? Of course. Just as long as you don't need the address. James says, I read this week that to save money, the Cabinet are reducing the money spent on stationery. Johnson has insisted on having his own, but the Cabinet have to share. It's one ruler for him and one ruler for everybody else. Oh, listener with material. This says, Bodger's good at building buses out of crates and is probably the only person in the world who still partakes in this pastime. Nobody has ever partaken in that pastime. I don't believe he was telling the truth about that. Liar! Building buses out of crates. Oh, please. St Ives, hello, Brenda.
Hi, Nick.
Brenda.
Nick, your description of the tree in Trafalgar Square just made me really hoot with laughter. I think it's a dig from the Norwegians.
Must be. I mean,
yeah,
they've got better trees than...
a dying, dead tree to signify the state of your country.
They've got better.
Other thing I wanted to say,
they've got better trees than that in Norway. That must be true.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I wanted to say is I watched Question Time last night, and this Maggie Troop, the new vaccine minister, what a wet, unbelievable person. She was destroyed by Theo Fajitas and the previous Labour Secretary of State for Housing, what's her name, Fang Dam. She destroyed her. This woman, this Maggie Troop, she couldn't put two words together, and all she said, the other lady said she was making excuses all the time. Yeah. And I thought, oh my God, where did they get her from? She was a scientist. and then she Theo was talking about the high streets and the demise of the high streets. And she said, we all need to support our local shops. I make sure I shop in my local shops. And Thea said, you're lucky to have a shop. Why hasn't the government reduced the business rate and taken off the VAT? And she had no answer for anything, Nick. She was a disaster.
Well, she fits right in then.
Maggie Troop. Troop of what? Wet, wet, wet.
All right, thanks a lot, Brenda. Wet, wet, wet.
Rock and roll!
D tweets, I guess he could power a wind turbine with all his bluster and get some electricity to those 10,000 northern houses. Seriously, are those people still without electricity? I mean, that is just embarrassing, isn't it? How has that happened? I mean, can you believe how awful that must be? Well, they wouldn't be able to heat their homes. They wouldn't be able to cook. They've got no lights. They've got no television. What do they do with themselves? Martin says, here in France, I have to pretend I'm German to avoid everybody falling on the floor with laughter when I'm asked where I'm from. Just tell them you're from Scotland, Martin. You'll be just fine. Ellesmere. Michael.
Hi, Nick. You all right?
Yes, good, thanks.
Yeah, you were asking what's Boris Johnson good for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he was quite good for the Russians. You know, they hired him to dance for them in tennis shorts.
Well, that's an interesting way of putting it. To dance for them in tennis shorts. Yeah, absolutely nobody wants to see that, Bodger. Put it away.
I mean, if you wanted to play tennis, maybe Andy Murray or Tim Henman would be available.
Yeah, come on, Timmy.
It's just a guess. Yeah, but that's the other thing. You know how they decided to cut free school meals?
Yes.
You know, and kids really need it, and maybe that's what he's good for. You know, running around, smashing plates out of children's foods. Yeah.
Right.
And all the right-wing commentary out was like, "Hey, the parents should be responsible," and they went after Marcus Rashford. I think that was a guy from Spectator who was like, "Hey, your father left when you were young, didn't he? Maybe you're the problem." You know, and you say, okay, so if kids have really bad parents, as we've seen this week, which is horrible, then it's the kids' fault. That's the Tory policy, you know.
I think society is judged on how they treat the poorest and the most needy among them, which doesn't say very much about us.
Yeah. You know what Boris eats? He gets food parcels from a donor while he's smacking plates out of kids' hands. That's what he is.
Okay, that's a pretty vivid image you've left us with there, Michael. Thanks for that. David texts, following this week's revelation that hospital renovations would be referred to as brand new hospitals. That wasn't this week. That's ages now. They've been trying that one on. Can you believe that? I mean, really, the shamefacedness of it. And what's worse is, or is it even worse? Yeah, I think it is. What's worse is when they get found out, they just blast through our knowledge that they are being mendacious and just keep repeating the lie. The revelation that hospital renovations are to be referred to as brand new hospitals. And then you will put that to a minister or Bodge himself, and he'll take that on and say, yes, well, you know, we've got 40 new hospitals. And you'll say, no, Minister, it's not 40 brand new hospitals, is it? Because, renovations are to be referred to as brand new hospitals. And they'll say, yes, well, we have 40 new hospitals. Like they're just robots, programmed to say just the one thing, regardless of what comes at them. Like androids.
Affirmative.
He says, I am currently rebuilding my entire flat by painting the skirting board in the living room and fitting a towel rail in the bathroom, but I am not holding a housewarming party in my brand new house, just having a few friends round where we will have nibbles, drinks and games, but it's not a party, says David. It's almost like a wartime spirit, isn't it? It's for always incoming, they're lobbing stuff at us on a daily basis, and we're grinning and bearing it. It's the British way. Patrick says, regarding our great leader, he surely deserves some credit, as on top of the job of PM, think of all the people he must be helping in his ongoing MP's surgery. I bet he couldn't find Uxbridge with a sat-nav. Hey, people, you good people of Uxbridge, are you completely satisfied in every way, shape and form with the decision that you've made? They're thinking about it. Wendy emails, what did you eat for breakfast? Well, I'm glad that you asked that, Wendy. That's going to be the topic from now until the end of the show. What I ate for breakfast. Porridge with bits in it. Seeds and nuts and prunes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, prunes. Has a major effect on me. I love it. Sam texts, Bodger is good for playing dress-up like a nursery child. That's about it, really. Yeah, he just bombs about the place and dresses up as different people and pretends to do their job for the purpose of being photographed. What is that about? I mean, really? Who comes up with this stuff? Ah, yes, Prime Minister, we know that you have the most important job in the country, but what we're going to have you do today is go and pretend to milk a cow. Why? Other than to boost his popularity with an amusing photograph. Or he goes and wields some mechanic's tool. And then you look at the photograph and play Spot the Spanner. Edward texts, voting should be compulsory. You will always get my vote as King of LBC. You hear that, Steve? So if I'm King of LBC, what does that make Steve Allen? Don't say it. Sam texts, Bodger is good for... I read that. Julie says, I'm having trouble working out my weekly grocery bill. Can you ask the business minister if he could help me and clearly explain things? Thanks. Yes, what are the numbers, Zaphod?
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including 86%, 5 million, and of course over 50%. And what I'm saying is, an additional 162 million, and that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and one, 2, 11, 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right now, that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Alice says that Bodger is good for hot air, which would drive wind turbines, wind turbines. You know who knows a lot about wind?
I know a lot about wind.
He does. Al says Spectre is the best Bond film. No, it isn't. It could possibly be the worst. What are you talking about, Al? Maybe Al has only seen one Bond film. That could be the only explanation I can find. Spectre was a terrible film. Doesn't it surprise you that when you go and see a film and it's really, really bad, that you think, at what point should have somebody have raised a finger of complaint and said, you know what, this is rubbish. Let's not do it. Let's not spend a year of our lives and £100 million on making something that's not very good. Let's do something else instead. But no, it's like, you'd think that they'd know. I mean, they've read the script. They know what's coming up. It's not a surprise. They're making it. It just amazes me that people can make really, really, really bad films for a massive amount of money. You think that, at some point along the way, maybe an executive, executives... An executive could come in and say, you know what, this is just awful. I mean, the script's terrible. Just rewrite the script. I mean, writers are 10 a penny, which is pretty bad. I mean, because they're the people that make the stories up. But they don't get paid nothing. So just chuck that one out, get another one in. Write a better story with better, a dialogue. But no, they don't. They just carry on with and it's rubbish. And they must have known that it was rubbish while they were doing it. That must be pretty deflating as an actor, to be in a film that you know is rubbish while you're doing it. And then, worse, you've got to go out afterwards and sell it.
Oh, no.
You've got to go on television programmes and pretend that it's really, really great. Bridget tweets, should elections with less than 55% turnout be declared null and void? Well, I think that it should be the law that everybody should vote. Why not? I mean, just make it easy. I mean, if people just cannot be bothered to go to their local school or church, which must be just at the end of their road. It's not like America. You don't have to drive for 4 hours and then stand in a queue in the burning hot heat or the freezing cold for 12 hours. It's just down the road, and there's nobody there when you go there. You're in and out in about 30 seconds. But if you can't be bothered to do that, then, put it on their phones or make it postal or just anything. But it should be the law. I mean, if Australia can do it, why can't we? I don't get it. But in the absence of any other option, then, all right, why not? Elections with less than 55% turnout should be declared null and void. Null, void. James texts, heard some of the vox pops for the Bexley by-election. The zombies were everywhere. The zombies were everywhere, he says. One guy actually said Boris has had his ups and downs, but I don't think anyone else could have done better. Oh, my God. The amount of times I've heard that. Variations on a theme. Oh, he's doing his best. Painful. I don't think anyone else could have done better, as though they have no other information of anywhere else on the planet. Every country's done better than us. Apart from possibly Brazil and some countries in the third world, but it's not their fault. But it's absolutely bloomin' well our fault. Or, more accurately, his fault. Yes, precisely. Cab for Bodger. James says, no, I read that. Just read that just now. Daryl texts, the flaw in your plan that voting should be compulsory is that people who have no knowledge of politics would still have to vote, and they might as well choose a candidate at random, and then we'd end up being run by a complete bunch of clowns. Can you imagine that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Archie says, when asked why the Met was not investigating certain festive activities at number 10 last year during COVID restrictions, Cressida Dick pointed out that she had no power to do so, as no complaint had been received on the matter. Although this oversight by the Labour Party was duly remedied, is this performance of an effective opposition, or is it indicative of an organisation doomed to political obscurity in perpetuity? Well, Cressida Dick was asked that question on the very excellent Nick Ferrari show on this station. And she just sat there and said, well, I haven't received a complaint. And Nick Ferrari said, well, I'm sitting here complaining. And she said, oh, well, I haven't heard any complaints. I haven't seen any complaints. And Nick was saying, well, I'm telling you, this is a complaint. What are you going to do about it? She said, well, I haven't heard any complaints. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. We now live in a country where you can get locked up for 51 weeks just for expressing an opinion that the government doesn't like. And yet anything that the government does, there is excused because of a lack of evidence. Well, if you don't look for the evidence, you won't find it. I think you'll find that is true. You don't have to be Columbo to figure that out. If you don't look, you won't find. That was priceless, though. I mean, that clip is on the World Wide Web. Nick Ferrari talking to Cressida Dick. Well, I haven't had a letter. Yeah, I'm complaining right now. I'm sitting in front of you. I'm telling you that I am making a complaint. Well, I haven't heard any complaints. It's just amazing. Her epaulettes, by the way, there's something wrong with her shirt, or they don't fit right, or something, but they seem to be drooping down the front of her. Aren't epaulettes supposed to sit on your shoulders? Yeah, like that's the most important part of this story. Wonky epaulets. John emails, this time next week, how many cases of a new variant will the government say there are in Britain? A few hundred, a few thousand, or not enough to stop Christmas parties? Omicron, we're doomed. Christmas parties. All right, I'll get into that in a minute. You know, I've been, this is apropos of nothing at all, but all this year I've been writing up like a story of how the year has gone, month by month. Putting some of the juiciest stories in there with the idea that I'll stick it in a book with the A to Z that we do over Christmas, and I'll squirt it up the internet. Hang on, I'm going to cough. I'll squirt it up the internet just after New Year when the A to Z is finished, and then you will get the complete story of this miserable year in one book, which will be less than the price of a cup of coffee. As cheap as they allow it, that's what I'll stick it out as. Hang on, I'm going to cough again. Shh. I had no idea I was going to do that. Sometimes I surprise myself. Anyway, a story came out this week. Oh, it was just absolute perfection. But I'll get into that in a minute. It's brief, but it's just delicious from start to finish. You may have in mind the story that I am referring to. I'll get to that in a while. But you remind me if, in case I forget. Stephen says, I've asked my wife to get me the new self-published memoirs of Brexit hardman Mark Francois, Spartan Victory, for Christmas. Right. That doesn't need any comment from me. None at all. Amusing, yes?
Yes.
Yeah. He certainly is. Lucy emails, he, as in Bodger, would make a good environmentally friendly heater with all that hot air he seems to have in abundance. Failing that, a crash test dummy. Yeah, for a circus clown car. This says, Boris Johnson is quite good for giving you lots of material. Well, I suppose so, yeah. I mean, before Bodger, the person that was giving me a lot of material was you-know-who.
Oh, shut up!
Yes, Donny, talking about you giant orange numpty. The man you're married to is a giant orange numpty, Melania.
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Sanj Tech, not Super Sanj. No, Sanj. Not Saj, Sanj. Sanj Tex, he's doing a great job as ringmaster for the circus he has in power. For the circus he has in power. Does that make sense? Sad to say this is a cult. He can do no wrong, no matter what he does. Well, there's a certain section of the public that seems to be perpetually prepared to be perplexed by his paw act. Not perplexed exactly, more like they're stricken by it. As though they're hypnotised. Can you fool enough of the people enough of the time?
Yes.
Apparently so, yes. As painful as that is to admit, it appears to be correct. James texts, Bodger definitely has a second job, dressed up as Peppa Pig in Peppa Pig World.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has...
Yes.
Peppa Pig
is the right answer. Very good. He's the leader of our country. Can you believe that?
No.
Where did we go wrong? I blame us. Malcolm texts, the reason that Christmas tree is so gappy is because they needed spaces to hang all the flags in. It's a rubbish tree. It's really quite embarrassingly bad. I mean, every year that tree gets put up and people think, because you're expecting something fantastic. It's like I said, I've said this several times now, just dial it up on the worldwide weight. The New York Rockefeller Center Christmas tree. It's incredible. Without doubt, the best tree you will have ever seen. And they do it every single year. It's amazing in New York, which is vying with London for the title of best city in the world. Well, if it comes down to trees, New York wins it by a mile. I mean, ours looks like something you would see in, no offence, Uxbridge. Or Staines. Ugh. Not Trafalgar, not Her Majesty's Trafalgar Square. Pathetic, weak. I mean, just a national embarrassment. Norway hates us now. They can't wait until the Eurovision Song Contest to give us 0 points. So they gave us that. Boy, they must have had a right laugh when they picked that out of a forest. Stick that in a lorry for them. Baz, rather, texts that the sooner Bodger and the other squatters are evicted from Downing Street, the better. Sue says, one thing that Boris Johnson seems to be consistently good at is wasting taxpayers' money. Chris says, I got 10 sheets of nylon, 20 sheets of polyester and 30 sheets of cotton. I'm a listener with material.
Oh, no.
And Dale says, please stop calling Bodger clown. That's what made him electable. I hate this man, says Dale. Well, don't sit on the fence, Dale. Tell us what you think. Let's have Haven't. Tom.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Tom.
I'm challenging you about this compulsory voting system.
Okay.
The reason why we've got a problem at the moment is the first past the post system. I don't know if you know his history, but it dates back from about 1720, when first past the post, the people voted their MP in, and he was their MP in Parliament. Yeah. Which meant was that whatever he said in Parliament, the people who voted for him controlled him. What put them in span among the works was when this party system came along, it instantly made that we don't have democracy. No matter what you say, we don't. We have the artificial democracy called dictatorship. Now, all you've got to say is that, can you remember a few months ago, or whatever it was, Germany had a problem. Their voting system was voted and they never got a clue to the government. But I don't know if you realise that Whitehall here emphasised to Germany after the war that they must have a proper democratic voting system, and the English dictated to Germans what to do it. Then when they turn back to England, oh, no, we can't devote democracy here. No way. We will stick to dictatorship, and this is why now Labour is out of the system, but Labour will not put in proportional representation.
Yeah.
No way.
Idiots.
For the simple reason is they know that while the power they've got with dictatorship, they keep it.
I think that the Labour Party seem to be addicted to losing. That's just the left in general. Rather than win, which is what the right wing specialise in, they cling on to or acquire power at any cost. Same in America, same here. The left wing, meanwhile, as I've said many times, form a circular shooting squad and take each other out. They have a purity test and find themselves wanting. So the right wing just step nimbly over them and are in power for another 11 blooming years.
Yeah, well, I agree with what I heard you on saying about where was it, in Sidcup or something? If they put a goat there with a blue flag on, it'll get voted in. Yes. Well, I've often said the same up north. If they put a donkey there with a red flag on or a red rosette on it, it would get in.
Right.
You've heard. I don't want to mention names, but you've heard certain people in voting saying, I want a safe seat and I'll be a member of Parliament. Yeah. But this safe seat, there's no democracy with safe seats.
I don't think there's. I think essentially you're right. It is. We've just lurched from one dictatorship to the next, and the majority of the people in this country have no say. It's a minority government again, another minority Conservative government. They've been in power for something like 2/3 of the time since the Second World War, and they're still blaming Labour for everything that ails the country. It's remarkable. And still, most of the people voted for other parties, but they get no say, no representation of any kind whatsoever. They just get to sit down and shut up for another 5 years. It's a terrible system that we've got, and the Labour Party absolutely should get their act together and insist on proportional representation. First, they've got to win, and then make sure that they enact proportional representation. And the way to do that is, of course, at the next election, is to team up with the other parties and make sure that they don't split the left vote.
Yeah, but Nick, this idea of mine about democracy, don't forget, why can't we ask Prince Charles why he lets his mother, which is the Queen, why she is the Queen of the United Kingdom, of which there's only 25% of the United Kingdom is democratic, and that is Northern Ireland, and you know and I know how Northern Ireland got democracy. And
what's it got to do with Prince Charles and the Queen, though?
Well, they are the only ones that can change it, Nick. Nobody will in this country will change it.
If you want the status quo changed, I think you're going to have to look for someone else other than a member of the royal family. I think that they benefit from the status quo, regardless of what it is.
They are head of state. Yeah. They are. If you look at it, as I say, is that United Kingdom is literally 25% democracy, 75% dictatorship. Great Britain is 100% dictatorship, and the people. I cannot believe the people will just accept it, and nobody queries it.
Right. Okay. Leave that with me, Tom. It was a history lesson.
Boring.
Excellent work, Tom. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the left wing just will not get their act together. They just can't do it. It's like in America. They're the left, the AOC and all that lot, voting against Uncle Joe Biden's plans for these I think $3 trillion plan to give people dental treatment and medical treatment and all the rest of it. And it's just painful to watch. The left wing, they're just so stupid. It's almost like they don't deserve to have power. But most people voted for parties other than the Conservative Party last time around, and they get nothing. The most people get nothing. And another minority Conservative government again. It's a bad system. It's not working for the majority of the people in this country. And the only parties that could actually make a change refuse to do it because they think, well, I'd rather win as emperor than have to make concessions with another party, and so they lose again. And people that vote for the left, they would vote for the Labour Party and the Lib Dems and the Greenies and the SNPs. The people who vote for right-wing parties, meanwhile, have pretty much just the Conservative Party. So the Conservative Party will win again and again and again and again and again. And this is where we are. Don't get me started. Graham texts, distraught, I won't be snogging Theresa Coffey again this year. Life can be cruel, says Graham. Paul says, Johnson plays a good game of pass the contract at Christmas parties all the year round. It's always Christmas over at Bodger's place. And Ed says, Boris delivered Brexit. He should be canonised. What? You mean strapped over the front of one? Well, that's going a bit far, Ed. Belsize Park. Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
You said it should be mandatory to vote.
Yes.
And I think at the moment, people who don't vote are put down as being apathetic and just lazy and too idle to go.
Right.
I feel very strongly, particularly as how many people died in order to give me and other women the vote.
Yep.
So I have to go, always.
Right.
And what I would like to see is another box on the paper that says none of the above.
Well, essentially there is. I mean, you can just draw a smiley face, and then that will be none of the above.
I'm serious. If they had a none of the above box, a lot of people, I think, would tick that box, and instead of it being read as a spoiled paper, it actually should be read out at the count.
Right. That would embarrass them. Well, it would. I mean, if people aren't going to vote because they don't think that any party would act in their interests, or they think they're all the same, or you know, whatever excuse that they give, if they were forced to go and vote, and one of the boxes was none of the above, and none of the above won, I'd actually quite like to see that. I'd wait up until 3 or 4 in the morning to see that.
But wouldn't that tell you something?
Yeah, it'll tell you everything you need to know.
I mean, I've been on to I've forgotten what they're called, the Electoral Commission, or one of those people.
Right.
And I have repeated it. I mean, my family won't come with me to the local where we vote at our local library.
Why not?
Because I make such a fuss every time I'm in there.
A fuss?
Yeah.
Are you allowed to make a fuss?
No, I'm not. I'm asked to leave usually. And I also...
Wait a minute. So how does this fuss manifest itself? What kind of a fuss are we talking about here?
Well, the fuss manifests itself because they record how you vote anyway, because they record, you know, every time you get a card, it has a number on it.
Yeah.
Well, that number is logged against the number on the back of your ballot paper, a bit like a raffle ticket.
What do you win?
You don't win anything, but if they want to trace how you vote, or in future years people wanted to trace how you vote, it's exactly the same system as you would have on a raffle ticket.
I didn't think that they had a number on the back of your ballot paper.
Have a look next time. And you will find when you go to vote, they'll hand you your ballot paper. There will be 2 people sitting at the desk, and one will say to the other one the number from the ballot paper, and that will be logged against your name and your number on the electoral roll.
Blimey. It goes on your permanent record.
Yes.
And this is what you explain to them every time.
Every time, and every time they say, "Would you mind moving along, please? There's other people in the queue."
Yeah. I think next time, Judy, you'll be spending 51 weeks in jail.
Would you do me a favour? And I know you don't do favours to anybody, but next time you go and vote, just check that you will see that is what they do.
Right.
And I've been told I'm neurotic, and I've been told I'm usually told, please leave. I mean, my husband goes 7 o'clock in the morning. He won't go with me because I am then politely asked to move aside, and then somebody who is in charge asks me to leave.
Yeah. Wow.
And then somebody outside, very stupidly sometimes, asks me, because they do an exit poll, how I voted. And I then remind them that it's actually meant to be a secret ballot.
Yes, that'll teach them. Well, I want you to keep on keeping on, Judy. Promise me you'll do that.
I'll keep on keeping on every time.
And although it is homework, it's not for another...
No, it's not homework.
A little bit like homework.
No, because you'll be going to vote anyway next time, won't you?
Yeah, but you're asking me to do a little bit of extra work. You're asking me to...
Only for yourself?
To turn a piece of paper over and look at what's on the back.
No, they'll do that. You'll see them do it.
Right. So you want me to just pay attention. See, now that is actual work. That requires effort on my part. But I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Judy.
Okay,
cheers,
thank you.
Ta-da. 0345. Phil tweets, I think Bodger would make an excellent draft excluder. His excess blubber could even be squeezed into any cracks for extra effect. Well, that's just rude, Phil. Cully texts, I think Boris Johnson is good at setting a trend in hairstyle and his oversized jacket and trousers. Yeah, does that suit come in your size, Bodge?
No.
Cliff says, do you like gherkin in your burger? Absolutely. Yes, I do.
Absolutely.
I like, I want everything in the burger. Just make it jam-packed with absolutely everything you've got. And when I bite into it, I want it to be so full of juicy loveliness that it squirts all down my front. Trev says, at least that tree doesn't block the view. Well, that's a good point. Yeah, you can see straight through it. Terrible, terrible tree this year. I mean, year after year after year, we do have terrible trees from Norway. They are an embarrassment. They must hate us. Or trees are very expensive, one of the two. But it's just weak. Of course, it doesn't help that it's sat right next to Nelson's Column, which is a very large tube in Trafalgar Square. And so if anything that's not enormous would look pathetic next to it. But this year's is really, really deeply pathetic. Yeah, thanks a lot, Norway. This text says, just viewed the pathetic tree in Trafalgar Square. Boris asked the Norwegians for a deal on this year's tree. Norway sent him the one rejected by Macron at twice the price. Aaron text, do you not remember Moonraker? No, I don't. We're talking about the worst James Bond film ever. It has to be Spectre, but no, I don't remember. I do not remember Moonraker. Is that the one where Roger Moore says, well, you put your clothes back on and I'll buy you an ice cream. Was that one? Let's have Giuseppe. And in brackets, just for my help and assistance, in brackets it's got pronounced Giuseppe. Yeah, I know that. Giuseppe.
Like juice, apple juice,
yes.
That stuff there, and happy.
I know. Giuseppe.
How are you? You okay?
Great,
your show
mate.
is beautiful. Yeah, I was listening to the previous caller, which mentioned the new ballot box with the other box, none of the above could help.
Yes.
I was thinking about a different ballot box, ballot paper. Basically, try to imagine you have two choices, Labour and Conservatives. I would like to put two more boxes with the negative vote. Of course, you are able to put only one cross on the ballot paper, but you can choose minus Labour or minus Conservative as well. Okay, try to imagine the level of analysis that after the vote will have this idea, let's say, basically you also give a judgment to the opposition, saying rather than giving the vote to you, Labour, let's say, I'd like to go for a negative vote against the Conservatives.
Right. Basically, so instead of people saying, "Well, the reason I don't go and vote is because they're all the same."
Yeah, but my voice will be heard.
Right.
If I don't want to go to vote, which sucks the most to me, this or that. So right. You know what I mean?
Who's the worst? Not who's the best. Who's the worst?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So for every vote for them, they would get a minus vote against them if somebody said that they were the worst.
At the end of the elections, you do the plus and minus thing, and
right.
Who gets the,
who's the least worst? I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I would like to see this kind of situation.
Right, well, leave it with me, Giuseppe, and I'll see what I can fashion.
Yeah, let's put up a sort of petition or whatever, okay?
Sure, okay. Thanks a lot, mate. A petition. Anybody want to sign the petition?
No.
No, because that would require effort, so forget it. That's not a bad idea. You can either vote for a party or against a party. And for every against vote, you get minus one for vote. And then it's the one that is still standing at the end, wins. Very good idea, Giuseppe, if that is indeed your name. Jim says, is it possible that amounts of money have become meaningless to this government? Well, it's become meaningless to everybody. I mean, once you start going into the millions, then people don't have any idea what that means. And then you start going into the billions, and they really, really don't have any idea what that means. And then you start talking trillions, and people's heads explode. Shall I do the comparison again? Now, I can't remember because I'm not looking at it in front of me, but it's more or less a million seconds is 7 days or 11 days, something like that. It's a small number of days. A million seconds is about 11 days. A billion seconds is 37 years. That's the difference. That's how much more a billion is from a million. We spent something like £57 billion on a phone app that doesn't work. What? How is that possible? Why aren't people in jail now? £57 billion on something that doesn't work. That's about half the budget of the entire NHS. How is that conceivable, that we managed to do that? And by we, I mean they. And it's some sort of magic trick, some feat of prestidigitation. How'd you manage it, Bodge? He doesn't know. I bet you couldn't do it again. Might be able to do it once, but you couldn't repeat it, could you? Sarah texts, my husband dumped me by text. Maybe it's a Sarah thing. This is after another Sarah complained. Well, she didn't complain. She just informed us that her husband had dumped her by text. Maybe it's the same husband. Maybe it's the same Sarah. She got dumped twice. Dumped by text? What kind of a sick freak would do that? John texts, why isn't there a Bond film called 007? Well, I don't know. What are you asking me for? Mick says, Bojo applied for a job in a circus as the chief clown and he was turned down on the basis that he was overqualified. Overqualified, Bodge, can you believe that? Yes. And Gordon says, Billy Wilder did not know Some Like It Hot would be a hit, nor did the studio. The first preview was a disaster. The second was with a hip Greenwich Village crowd who got it, and the rest is history. You don't always know how the film will go down until it's released. Yeah, well, that is true. Some Like It Hot was an odd film, pretty trailblazing for its time. You know, and even now, and we have a long history of men dressing up as women for comedy reasons, but Americans don't. They just flat out don't. You remember when Queen did that video, that song, whatever that was called, and Freddie dressed up as a woman and was doing the hoovering? The American audience thought, what? What is this? And turned the TV off straight away. In fact, they probably turned the TV off by shooting at it. Very upset. You know, it doesn't go down well with a certain crowd. Exactly. Ain't that right, Donny?
I love the poorly educated.
And they hate Queen for that reason. But yeah, Some Like It Hot, very bizarre. I mean, I always thought it was good. It's not the best comedy ever made, but it has some fantastic performances. Like mostly Tony Curtis. He's the one that carries that film for me. I always found Jack Lemmon just to be annoying in that. Just kind of irritating. Just rubbed my fur up the wrong way, Jack Lemmon. I mean, he's great in other things, like The Odd Couple, fantastic. But in Some Like It Hot, it was just a bit like, just get off the screen. Let Tony give it to Tony Curtis a bit more. And of course, Marilyn Monroe, like Jello on springs. Clapham. Hello, Margaret.
Hello?
A squeal from the other side of the room. Yes, Margaret.
Oh, Nick, hi. We're so excited. My son and I are just jumping. I'm cleaning football boots as I'm waiting for you.
Ah, yes.
So I rang in with a sort
Which position do you play?
I'm on the sideline shouting.
Ah, yes. Okay, fine.
I'm good at that. We thought that you might be interested in our sort of story, bearing in mind the NHS app and the COVID passports.
Right.
And we had a sort of situation the other week where my son had to renew his passport, and it caused a problem because he had to do what you call, I don't know if you've heard of this, because, we thought you're like King of 119. The verification.
Yes.
Have you heard that you have to do the verification?
The verification? What's that mean?
Yes. Like, verify your details. Confirm who you think you are.
Right. Who are you?
This was on my son's phone.
Okay.
And we were going to see the Chelsea ladies play.
Yeah.
So we did it in the morning thinking, it'll be, fine. It'll be, easy to do. Mm-hmm. Anyway, long story short is that he was presented with this verification process, which we couldn't manage. So we rang, instead of you, we rang 119. I told him that was a mistake. I said, we should have phoned Nick the night before,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and anyway, the 119 person from Liverpool was not in best moods, but they couldn't help us. So we had to send them an email.
Did you mention that you were going to see Chelsea ladies? Maybe that...
I think he could tell that.
Right.
Because I said, he could tell that I was under pressure. You know, I wasn't sounding as jolly as I am now.
Right.
And I said to him, my son can't do it, and bearing in mind he's like 24, first class honour student, works for the council.
Mm-hmm.
And this is my point I'm putting across to you, so everyone who's listening can also maybe take note, that if someone like him, of his ability and age group, and I didn't say that to make him sound like, swanky, but someone like him, if they can't do it, then what hope is there for other people?
Right. What hope is there for a dope like me? Is that what you mean?
Well, me and you are similar sort of, age group in that respect.
How old? Don't tell me. I think, are you perhaps a bit too old, and is your son a bit too old to have his mother shouting at him from the touchlines?
No. We go to lots of matches together.
Right.
Yeah. And Nick, you haven't heard the worst part.
Okay, here comes the worst part.
The following Sunday was the Chelsea Man U game, and I kept saying to the guy on 119, can you believe if it was next Sunday, what would have happened? And do you know what he said to us?
No.
He said, no, wait
I
till you hear
don't.
this. This is really weird
Here we
and
go.
funny.
Go on.
He said, because obviously you only use your passport now and again, to go to a football match. He doesn't go to nightclubs, and things like that, only for the football. And the guy on 119 said, quote, if you checked it before, you would have realised that you had to do the verification. And I thought to myself, maybe I didn't hear him properly because I was like stressed and we were rushing to go. And he said, if you checked it beforehand, you would have known you had to do your verification. And I said, but we only use it now and again. It's not like we have to use it to go to work or travel on the bus, or do something on a regular basis. I said, am I missing something here? And I said, next week we've got Chelsea Man U. We need this fixed.
Yes.
Well, my point is, Nick, it still hasn't been fixed.
Oh, my God.
The 119 people email this complex feedback. And my son, again, who's 24, with it, first class honour student.
First class honour student, yes.
He can't do it. He can't do it. So guess what we've got?
Go
Nick, you got to wait. You got to wait. Listen, guess what we've got? The year of 2021, we've got the nice paper version.
Oh, on paper. They sent you it in the post.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes. Isn't that brilliant?
Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. Hey, Margaret, how much is it?
I should have phoned you.
Of course you should. How much is it to go and see Chelsea Man U?
Well, we get a good deal because we get two for the price of one, and he doesn't sit in my lap because I'm his sort of carer.
Right. So how much?
Very reasonable.
How much?
For example, the Man U game was about, how much was it, Johnny? About £55?
What? £55?
But that's for 2 tickets, Nick.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not bad at all.
We're right down the front.
Right up the front.
Really near the front.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no spitting, Margaret. Remember that. No chucking coins.
So I think, no chucking coins. And we can't bring our camera anymore, Nick.
Why not?
No.
Can't bring a camera?
That's a new rule now. No cameras, no bags.
No cameras? But everybody in there has got a phone. Your phone is a camera.
Exactly, Nick. You have hit the nail right on the head.
Right on the head. There you go.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, how ridiculous is that? Because my son studies film, so he's got a nice camera.
Yeah.
And we've been bringing it for the last 4 to 5 years, but now you can't bring it. But everybody has their phone.
Everybody has their phones. Yeah.
Everybody has their phone.
Doesn't make any sense to me, but then neither has anything else that you've said.
Soap.
Right.
I have my... I must have been drinking too much of your tequila.
Ah, tequila, a woman after my own heart.
Yay.
Yes.
You see, I know your favourite drink.
Okay, all right.
I'm planning to visit.
Me? I hope not.
Yeah, yes. Can I be your glamorous assistant for nothing?
Absolutely. But thanks for asking. Cheers, Margaret. 0345 6060 973. Do you want to be my glamorous assistant for nothing at all? There's no price and worth every penny. You can text 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Well, she was full of the spirits of Christmas.
Booze.
Exactly. Mark tweets, seems the Trafalgar Square Christmas tree all boils down to a clerical error. The order was for a Norwegian spruce. Instead, they typed sparse. I've never seen such a weak tree in all my life. Leslie tweets, I mean, it looks like a mistake. I mean, they took that tree down to, make firewood out of it. And they took two trees down at the same time. It's just they got mixed up. We got sent the one that should have been burning right now. You should see the magnificent one that they set fire to. Oh, marvellous. Adam said, would it improve turnout if you told people their vote could be cast on who they don't want in at number 10? Yeah, I think that's sort of territory that we've almost covered. It's not a terrible idea. Who do you not want? Because people do say, I mean, the excuses, they come thick and fast when I berate people for not bothering to go out and vote. And they say, oh, well, they're all the same. And they're not really excited by anybody. Well, you must hate at least one of them, so vote them down. It should be a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Well, it's better than the system we got now. Leslie says, Boris was very well paid for writing articles, over £200,000, much more than most journalists. Yeah. What's that going to do with anything? Yeah. So, it's like random facts. I appreciate the facts.
Thank you.
Have you heard this story about the... it's just so good. I'll just read it exactly as written in the Mail. I will not embellish it in any way, shape or form. Army bomb squad technicians were sent to a hospital after a man arrived in casualty with a World War II anti-tank shell lodged into his rectum. What? Medics called for specialist support after the man presented in the Accident and Emergency Unit of Gloucestershire Royal Hospital in Gloucester when he could not remove the 57mm shell. He told medics the 80-year-old explosive device became lodged after he tripped and fell awkwardly. The military collector claimed the armour-piercing munition was from his private arsenal. Jim says, do you realise that the Labour Party have put in a formal complaint by way of letter to the Met Police about the party at number 10 Downing Street? This means, of course, that Cressida Dick will have no option but to answer it. Should be interesting, says Jim. No, it won't. Cressida Dick will say something of the order of, well, I've looked in all of my pockets and I can't find any evidence in any of them. Case dismissed. It says, without Boris, there would be an increase in unemployment among impressionists. Well, there'd always be somebody else, though. I mean, if you can do voices, then you can do anybody. I can't. I'm limited to paw. That's about all I can do. Liverpool. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
Yes, Steve.
Yeah, hi. Long time listener, first time caller. Very excited.
Welcome along.
Just bringing up. Thank you. About the way of getting a progressive alliance to effectively change the way that the democracy in this country works.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think I've thought about it a lot. Obviously, I'm one of the groovy greenies from down in Cornwall.
A groovy greenie.
Groovy.
Yeah.
Yes, very groovy. Thanks. And the way to look at it is, if you had an election where the progressive parties agreed that where there's a progressive incumbent, they stood unopposed, and in the Tory seats, you supported whichever progressive party came second, and the others kept out of the way.
Yeah.
In theory, that would get a coalition would beat the Tories.
Right.
What you'd have to then do is you'd have to put in some kind of agreement that would say that coalition government or that government would only stay there to pass the legislation to bring in a progressive alliance, and then with the setup of a progressive alliance, progressive proportional representation.
Yeah.
So you bring in proportional representation as the first part of legislation. You have a limited term government, and then you have a general election under PR where everybody's vote counts. And in theory, all your people that go, oh, I'm not going to vote because it's not worth it, they're all as bad as each other and my vote doesn't count, you can say, your vote will count now.
Yes.
So get out and vote.
Right.
I mean, the only... Go on, sorry.
No, you go.
The only thing I thought there might be a slight snag on the progressive thing is the SNP in Scotland, because it's kind of weirdly in their interest. The more the Tories are in power and the more damage the Tories do, the more they're kind of rubbing their hands together in glee. So, but you would, in theory, you'd still include the SNP and Plaid Cymru and Dominic in Cornwall down in the progressive camp. And if you could get that agreement that just say, look, stand aside for this one general election, and then we can, the ultimate goal will be proportional representation as soon as we possibly can, and then we'll have democracy forever.
Well, it makes perfect sense to me, but fortunately, I think that the leader of the Labour Party won't do it because he thinks that he can win outright and then rule as emperor. But it's just not going to happen.
Well, yeah, that is the problem. But then, as you said, they've only won a third of the time since the war, and for all the blind optimism, and especially if Scotland get independence, they're really up against it with the numbers of just the English and Wales constituencies. And I think with PR, Ed Miliband probably would have won. It just seems that they're shooting themselves in their foot with this obsession of like, we are the only real valid opposition. The way everything's split so much now, I mean, the Greens are, we're rising, arguably better than the Liberal Democrats in Bexley the other night.
Yeah, you went from being the sort of 2 or 3% party to, in some polls, being the 10% party.
And people that vote Green in a first-past-the-post situation, they pretty much know it's unlikely, unless you're in Brighton Pavilion, it's unlikely you're going to win. But there's the argument that it's like every Green vote that's cast puts pressure on Labour to take on more and more Green policies, because unless you really get onto the Green message, the Greens are always going to take your votes away. So in a weird way, without being too cliched about it, it does tend to be younger people, the demographic. I kind of think, well, I could vote for a party that, puts the Green agenda as 6th on their manifesto, or I can vote for the ones who put climate change first, and that's got more of an influence. But if I had PR, then everybody's actual opinion would count, and you might find people more keen to go and vote.
Right, exactly. And what's interesting is that you mentioned demographics. If you take from the EU referendum and the last general election, if you take out the older people over, I think, 50, 55, then the retired and the therefore economically inactive, if you take out the older vote, Jeremy Corbyn would be our Prime Minister, and we would not have left the European Union. It's the older people that have put us into this position.
Thank you. But they vote. That's the thing. They always vote.
Precisely.
I remember in the Brexit run-up to the Brexit referendum, I was on a council in Cornwall, and I was talking to Tories who were keen Brexiteers, and one of them summed it up. He said, our Brexit... Because we're... In the run-up, everyone thought it'd be mad to vote for it. There's no way people are going to actually win Brexit. It'll be tight, maybe. But
I knew that they would win for possibly the reason that you're about to explain. Go on.
Yeah, he actually looked me in the eye and he said, the point is, all the Remain voters you think of might vote, might forget about it, might go out that way. He said, every Brexiteer will battle through a zombie apocalypse.
Exactly right. Precisely what I said multiple times at the time. I knew it was going to happen. People who wanted to leave the European Union were single-issue obsessives who would vote even if they died doing it. Everybody else who was perfectly okay with how things were, well, they might do if it's nice and if they remembered and they have other things to do, and it wasn't front of mind for them. That's why I knew that the Leave side would win. All right,
and good stuff. And they'd had 15 years practice building their arguments.
Right.
And we as Remainers were like, well, why would you want to do that? That's a daft thing to do. And then they'd go, but sovereignty, fish, passports.
Fish,
anyway, that battle's fought. But maybe that kind of plan for a progressive alliance to bring in false reputation might change politics and make it a bit more inclusive. Hopefully.
Okay, good idea. Thanks a lot, Steve. Are you listening, Keir Starmer? No, he's not listening. Oh, well, never mind. Nice idea, but, better luck next time. Nige text, have you seen the clip of Bodger cleaning a chair with a David Attenborough comedy gold? No, I haven't, but I know the clip that you're talking about. It can only be the clip where, for some strange reason, this is one of those times where Bodger goes on a jaunt in order to get his photograph taken doing somebody else's job. And they gave him the job of cleaning a chair. I mean, sort of germifying it, squirting it with cleaning fluid and then wiping it off. And he did look like a gorilla doing it, yeah. So that's probably the clip you're talking about. I know exactly what you mean. Angela tweets, just looked up the Rockefeller Christmas tree. You're right, it's incredible. And on their website, you can watch a live feed of people ice skating next to it, can you? See, this is the modern world. I double dare you to look up a picture of the Rockefeller Center Christmas tree in New York. I promise you will never have seen a better Christmas tree in your life. It's amazing. You virtually need sunglasses to look at a photograph of it. It's so bright. And then you look at our sad, limp thing in Trafalgar Square and you just think, well, for a third world country that might pass muster, but not for global Britain. Poor! Weak, pathetic. It's just embarrassing is what it is. And I don't blame the Norwegians. I mean, they may hate us. I've got no idea. Maybe it was an accident. But you can dress up a tree with lights. It doesn't have to be a beautiful tree if you prettify it with lights and baubles and such. That's the whole point of lights and baubles, for crying out loud. And what do? The same sad string of lights every year, just in a stripe up and down. It's terrible. I would have sent it back. I would. I mean, it came in some manner, and presumably it didn't come in by dinghy overnight. Under cloak of night it didn't come in. It came in, the full blazing light of day. We saw it at the border. I would have sent it back. I'd have claimed a refund, even if it was free. Lorraine tweets, nothing wrong with our trees in Uxbridge. Who needs Trafalgar Square? Local MP is a few twigs short of a full branch, though. A few twigs short of a full branch, though. Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
Sid text, the reason that the tree looks so rubbish is because it took forever to get through border control. Now, let me just see how many texts and emails I've got to... Oh, my God. I'm never going to get through all these. Oh, no, there's more above them as well. There must be 100. I'll never get through these. George tweet that... Well, this is true. Yeah, this is actually factually accurate. What's Boris Johnson good for? Making babies. Andrew says it's not one rule for us, one rule for them. It's you must follow the rules unless you're very rich or you're an MP. Yeah, or both. Chris says, I'm sure I'm not the only curious listener who's been greeted recently with a note in my inbox from Amazon, quotes, based on your recent activity, we thought you might be interested in this Photomax vintage photo of Nick Abbott. And I've just seen they're now doing 2 for 1. I might get 2 more for my bedside table. Much love, says Chris. Well, that's a little freaky, Chris. What is that? A vintage photo of me on Amazon? Why? Who's doing it? I mean, it can't possibly be anybody buying it. Why bother? And Paul texts, I think in relation to the reports of potential snow in Scotland, yum a McFlurry. Bruce emails, Cressida Dick said she did not have to investigate Christmas parties at number 10 because nobody has written to her. If I throw something at Nigel Farage and nobody writes to Cressida, will I get away with it? Don't throw anything at Nigel Farage. Gordon says, this time last week I was listening to you under the bed covers, all wrapped up in woolies in a dark house with no heating during a power cut in Scotland. You still made me smile, says Gordon. I just cannot believe that people are still without power, for crying out loud. What year is it? 2020. Keep up. global Britain. Can't even keep the blooming lights on. Gordon says, oh no, I've just read that. Idiot. Katie texts, I don't understand why people who do want to be controlled by the government for having a vaccine, but they are happy to be controlled to all eat the same food on Christmas Day. What? I don't understand why people who do want to be controlled by the government for having... Don't, perhaps? Who don't? I'll try it with don't, see if it makes more sense. I don't understand why people who don't want to be controlled by the government for having a vaccine, but they're happy to be controlled to eat all the same food on Christmas Day. And usually it's rubbish, right? I mean, that's not offending Jesus on his birthday, is it? Christmas dinner is usually rubbish, isn't it? Be honest. And the person who's doing the cooking has had the worst day ever, because trying to keep in your mind all of the timings of the various things all come together at the same time, it's impossible. So something's going to be ruined before it gets to the table, and then that will cause the cook to become frazzled. It's either the potatoes aren't crispy enough, or the carrots are so solid you could use them to bang nails in a wall with, or the sprouts are, and the turkey will be so dry you might as well be stuffed with sand. It's usually a huge, tasteless disappointment. Am I right? It's supposed to be the best meal of the year, and it just flat out totally isn't. It's just like New Year's Eve is supposed to be the best night of the year, and it usually flat out totally isn't either. It's because you build it up too much. It comes with too much anticipation. Josh texts, the revelation that Number 10 held a Christmas party last year brings to mind Bodger's sad, droopy eyes when he addressed the nation to cancel Christmas. What a calculated, cynical actor he is. That's right. Maybe his sad, droopy eyes because he's just come from a party.
Booze.
Exactly. Yes. That's right. With a heavy heart, I must take my party hat off and address the nation. Hold my drink. What an absolute shower. Frankie texts, Nick, if you fancy a pizza, then you've got some credit here at our place in Kent. Come and see us over Christmas, Frankie and Finn's wood-fired pizza. Well, that'd be great, Frankie, but Kent's a big place. Can you narrow it down a bit? Or shall I just wander around Kent until I bump into you? Lucas says, as a non-native English speaker, I never got the word undersecretary. It sounds like someone that is below a secretary.
Disgusting.
Can you please explain? Thanks, says Lucas. Let me think about that for a second.
No.
And furthermore...
No.
No, I cannot explain. The English language is a weird and bizarre thing. It's beyond explanation. I mean, why do we pronounce T-H-O-U-G-H, though? Why so many silent letters? What's the point? It should be T-H-O. Or thog. Why chuck just a number of random letters on the end of a word that you don't pronounce? What's the point of that? Just to confuse foreigners. Andrew emails, I don't think this Christmas tree was ever put in a lorry. I think it was dragged behind a lorry all the way from Norway. Yeah, that does sound about right, yeah. A sad, pathetic excuse of a Christmas tree. Pete says, what I need to know now is that Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland all have their own governments, but us poor English are at the hands completely of the bodger. Yeah, that's true. That's one of the reasons that I appreciated the European Union so much, is that there was an overseer. Because I think that what this party needs more than anything else is to be overseen. Just to give them complete control doesn't seem like a very good idea, does it? Exactly. He's our leader. Can you believe that?
Peppa Pig world. Peppa Pig.
Please, stop going on about it. Best time he's ever had. Squeezing himself into one of those teacup rides. Where was it again?
Peppa Pig World.
Yeah, I know. Warren says, it's only a mask. It's only for the next 3 weeks. It's only next year. It's only forever. Except it's only one life, says Warren. Yeah, hey, Warren.
Stop whining.
Yeah. I don't like them either. But, Oh, my cron, we're all going to die. People, there seems to be a change in the air as regards all of that. Survey after survey after survey did suggest that people not only were completely fine with all of the various instructions of don't do this and don't do that and, moan. And they thought, not only do we actually positively enjoy being sent indoors, but we want to be sent indoors with extra punishment. So weird. So many polls came out over the last couple of years. It's been like 2 years already. It is 2 years now. You believe that? So many polls came out, and they did suggest that not only did we think that, we should be restricted socially and we shouldn't be able to go out and we should close bars and restaurants and never mind about clubs, forget about it. That's right out. And every government edict and privation we received with, like giddy delight, to the point that we actually wanted more restrictions on our lives, bizarrely. I mean, nobody I spoke to wanted more. But then, polls came out and they suggested exactly that. That the government wasn't going hard enough. But now the worm appears to have turned. A YouGov survey found that 64% of Brits are against any stay-at-home orders. 64%. That's almost half. 61% said they did not want draconian restrictions on welcoming guests into their homes. Now, I wonder if this is a Christmas thing. Is this a Jesus birthday thing? I think perhaps it is. That's another thing that we, put too much hope and focus on. Like it's supposed to be the best time of the year, when it usually isn't. But if this poll had been done in the summer, it might have got a different result. But it's either that, it's either a Christmas thing, or people have changed their minds about this now. Other countries, their citizens are ripping up paper, like the French. The French? No! Yes, that's them. They're picking up paving stones and chucking them at gendarmes. And they've been doing it on a weekly basis for ages now. But we just think, mustn't grumble as we trudge back inside. But apparently we're not thinking that way now. 61% said they did not want draconian restrictions on welcoming guests into their homes. And this is, even when that Omicron virus is among us. More people backed, however, there's a big giant wobbling but here. More people backed closing nightclubs rather than keeping them open. I can't believe that there's still nightclubs to open. How have they managed to survive? I mean, they closed their doors, almost 2 years ago, and then the rats took over. They must be absolutely riven with them. And then they opened them up and opened for a couple of days, and now the public want them shut again. Probably because it's kids, having a good time. Those pesky kids. 55% want nightclubs closed. 34% wanted to keep them open. This is according to a YouGov survey. Now, I don't know whether they... because it's YouGov, it's a professional organisation, they probably chose their survey demographics based on, a reflection of who we are as a nation. But that is kind of surprising. About 2/3 don't want to stay-at-home orders. They don't want draconian restrictions, but they do want nightclubs shut. That seems a little unfair, don't it? A slim majority said large sports and entertainment events should not go ahead. 60% support remaining 2 metres apart from those outside their household. and 69% in favour of social distancing in pubs and restaurants. How can you social distance in a pub and a restaurant? For crying out loud. Please, let's not go back to that. I can't stand it anymore. But, you know, it's beyond our control because we're in obeisance to the dear leader, even though he does sound like this. Yeah, we're following him. What could possibly go? Chris texts, we need proportional representation voting as first past the post only benefits the Tories and the likes of Mogg.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Why doesn't Keir Starmer realise that PR is needed, says Chris. I don't know. It seems a bit weird, doesn't it? I mean, maybe he thinks it would be somewhat deflating as a leader to admit to the fact that you cannot personally and on your own form the next government. Maybe it seems it would be emasculating. Is that the right word? Something like that. Demasculating. No, it's probably not that. It's emasculating. It seems right, but it doesn't sound right. But something like that. Do you know what I mean?
No.
Oh, okay then. Maybe he has an over large opinion of his own abilities. That doesn't sound right either. But my brain seems to be falling apart at this moment. Shackhaft texts, Australia has an obligatory voting system. It gave them Tony Abbott. I urge you to reconsider, says Shackhaft. Great name, though, Tony. Georgia tweets, they can see you voted, but they don't know who you voted for. This is in reference to this nice lady that was explaining a little while ago that she normally gets chucked out of the... She goes and votes. She gets chucked out because she makes a scene,
whinging and whining and moaning
about the fact that she sees it that there's a number printed on the back of your voting slip that corresponds to a number that they take down and put in their book, so they can go back and see who you voted for on your permanent record. They can see who you voted, but they don't know who you voted for, says Georgia. That's what I thought. Paul texts, I was hiding from the Tories canvassing at my door and I heard them say, leave it, he voted Labour anyway. Which is suspicious unless you had a Labour Party poster in your window, which would be a giveaway. Mags texts, your voting lady Judy is correct, but the information is stored separately and you need a court order to open the large envelopes that they are stored in. That would only be in the case of voter fraud. Also, a massive task to check how everyone voted, says Mags, a presiding officer. A presiding officer. We have an expert writing into the show. Can you believe that?
No.
I am stunned. Yeah, well, it might be a massive task, but that wouldn't prevent them from, engaging in it if they really, really wanted to know, right? If they wanted to correct you. CL says, exit polls by the political parties are only worthwhile if adequate canvassing has been carried out in the weeks prior to the election, because the idea is to ensure that the people who indicated that they will be voting for the party you wish to monitor have actually turned out and voted. Which sounds like way too much information, but thanks, CL. Patrick says, ever thought that weird breathing in your ear last week was linked to the visit that you had a year ago by somebody wandering through the building before disappearing as quickly as they arrived? Get the place checked out. It might be time to rethink your take on the paranormal. Yeah, that was a bit weird just last week. I just started the show and it was like somebody whispered in my ear. Freaked me out. Not that I made a big thing about it, you know?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, a little bit. I was the only person that heard it. Doesn't mean to say it didn't happen. Connor texts, Quantum of Solace was the worst Bond. Fact. It was pretty bad, yeah. He has actually only done two good ones. What's his name? Daniel Craig. The first one, as I said before, which was Casino Royale, and Skyfall, which is an excellent, excellent film. The others, you can just leave. Thank you, but you have delighted us enough. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Paul texts, people who don't vote should pay 25% more on their council tax. That's a good idea. Yeah, then they'd get them out voting. Give them a discount. Don't call it a fine, call it a discount. You get a discount if you vote, if you take part. Everybody should take part. I mean, I don't trust people, but I think the more of us that make a decision, the better it might be. Or maybe it should be the reverse of that. People should take a test. I've said this before. This isn't a controversial thing to say, is it? People should take a test before they're allowed to vote or procreate. What's controversial about that? Kate says, why did Norway send us a very big twig with delusions of grandeur? And will Bojo find a way to blame France for it? Yeah, no doubt. French people ruining our tree. Frank texts, would love to open a pub chain throughout Great Britain called the Jolly Chancer with a picture of Bodge on the boards outside. That does sound like a good idea. I like that. DC says, if the Met Commissioner receives complaints and reads them in a certain order, does she get extra points? I don't know. Let's ask an expert.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, man, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy. And that's not an easy question. In other words, they ask it to you, they give you 5 names and you have to repeat them, and that's okay. If you repeat them out of order, it's okay, but you know, it's not as good. But then when you go back about 20, 25 minutes later and they say, go back to that question, they don't tell you this, go back to that question and repeat them. Can you do it? And you go, camera, man, person, woman, TV. They say, that's amazing. How did you do that? I do it because I have like a good memory, because I'm cognitively there.
I can't remember ever hearing him so excited about anything. I mean, he was just thrilled relating that tale. Like a child. Just so excited. He used to be the President of the United States of America. Can you believe that?
Oh, shut up!
I mean, really? What kind of a person would vote for him?
I love the poorly educated.
Yeah, that is right, yeah. And there's plenty of them. The dinglings. Your husband's an idiot, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not that bothered. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
I know. Meanwhile, in this country, this chap used to be the head of education. Yeah, exactly. What a way to run a planet, eh?
Dreadful.
I am stunned. Patrick says, I'm waiting for Boris to release his festive single, It's My Party, and I can lie if I want to. James says, 1 trillion seconds is equivalent to 31,709 years. Yeah, that does sort of blow my mind.
Yowza.
The difference between a million, a billion, and a trillion. I can't remember off the top of my head, so I'll just make it up. But I think it's more or less 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 37 years. And 1 trillion seconds is 31,709 years.
What?
I know. 57 billion for an app, says Lee. Spaceships to Mars cost a fraction of that. That's actually true. Yeah, and the spaceship to Mars that costs a fraction of the amount that we spent on a phone app that doesn't work actually works. The rocket to Mars works. Our phone app that cost £57 billion doesn't. Still doesn't. How is this entire regime not in jail right now? Let's write a letter to Cressida Dick. What was that? It was like something about laying a hedge.
Disgusting.
Keep it clean. Blistering winds and 5 days of snow are set to send temperatures plunging across Britain this week.
Oh, no.
At least everyone's got their electricity back on after deadly Storm Arwen, though. In other news, thousands of vulnerable people are still without power following deadly Storm Arwen.
What?
The latest weather data is predicting 5 consecutive days of snow set to start right now, I mean it, with much of it falling over higher ground in the north of the country. Areas set to be most affected include, but are not limited to, North Yorkshire, Eastern England and Lincolnshire. Wherever that is. One forecast predicts a harsh overnight wind chill could plunge some areas to as low as minus 11 centigrade. And you double it and add 32 to get Fahrenheit. But as any fool know, you can't double a minus number, which means it's so cold that the temperature literally does not exist in Her Majesty's Fahrenheit. That's how cold it is. Meanwhile, there are concerns for the thousands of people in northern England and Scotland who are still living without power 8 days after Storm Arwen caused massive network damage to parts of global Britain. We will take on the world and vanquish any foe. We will turn the map pink again and rule the ocean waves just as soon as we can get some electricity to put a light on and make a cup of tea. The latest national figures show that around 9,200 homes are without power, but on the plus side, it will be almost freezing inside, but the sleet and the rain will be mostly outside.
Yeah.
Ofgem announced on Friday it was launching a review. Ah, it's okay, everybody. A government body is launching a review.
Oh, fabulous.
Some texts and emails from last night. Patrick says, I'm waiting for Boris to release his festive single, It's My Party, and I can lie if I want to. Lee says, 57 billion for an app? That's berserk. Spaceships to Mars cost a fraction of that. That is actually true. I think it's about a tenth. You can get a spaceship to Mars for a tenth of the price of a phone app for the test and trace system that still doesn't work, Bodge.
Contact tracing, contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, you're never going to get it. Declan emails, that tree reminds me of my bank. Most of its branches are gone. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute. That is a sad example of a tree. No! Thanks a lot, Norway. Kevin says, surely the answer is a shredder next to the ballot box. Or in it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'm quite certain that it has occurred to conservative minds. Let's just stick a shredder in the ballot box in, I don't know, all of London, perhaps. Londoners keep making the same mistake over and over again. Sue emails, I'd like to see Tory MPs strapped to a lie detector when they appear in interviews or question time, etc. And every time they tell a porky, it makes a loud beeping sound. Wouldn't that be fun? I've got something funner than that, Sue. How about a large electrical charge? Or a giant spike spring-loaded in their seat, perhaps. Peter says most people couldn't care less about the party at number 10. They were too concerned with paying their utility bills, filling their cars with fuel to get to work and putting food on the table. It's a story for you shower within the Westminster bubble. Yeah, that's right. I'm in the Westminster bubble. What are you talking about, Peter? It's indicative of the problems that we face with the people that are running us. They lie and 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 they lie. And they don't follow any of the rules that we could get fined into a black hole in space for not following. But you're not concerned about that because you think that, the dear leader is legal, decent, honest and true. Another cultist. Dan says, people like to say that if you don't vote, you have no right to complain. I think it's the opposite. If you have voted, you have no right to complain. You were the ones that voted in these dishonest and incompetent politicians in the first place. Well, that's a good point, Dan. People knew what they were voting for. Dishonest and incompetent politicians. What do you say about that, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah. Jonathan texts, surely the London Christmas tree is Sadiq Khan's fault, but you will probably blame Boris. The tree in Trump Towers also looks great, but you don't mention that. Best tree ever. Nobody ever saw such a green tree. It's the greenest tree that anybody ever saw. Everybody says that. They say, sir, it's such a green tree. It's fantastic. Jason says, Nick, the tree from Norway is a Norwegian spruce, traditionally decorated with vertical lights in Norway. Yeah, but we're not in Norway, are we? They actually always look rather sparse with fewer branches and shorter needles. It's a gift from Norway after all, he says. The tree in New York is a Douglas fir, more luscious, with more branches and longer needles, but not grown in Norway. Right. Well, okay, if it's a present and they can't get the good stuff themselves, then they should have it shipped in. Get Douglas fir on the phone right now. Seriously, I'll say it again. If you want to see what a proper Christmas tree looks like, look at the big thing that they got in the Rockefeller Center in New York. It's amazing. Just like it should be on Jesus' birthday. Paul says, the funniest thing about this party last year is how they keep putting people who weren't invited to defend the double standard on TV. How did Boris Johnson keep a straight face when he cancelled Christmas 2020 for the rest of the nation 2 days after his party? I don't know. Psychopathic tendencies? You tell me. Kim texts, Nick, my Christmas dinner is sumptuous. Sumptuous? What? Splendid and expensive looking? Get you with your splendid dinner, Kim. Not many more to go before they start filling in from today. Oh, that's actually started already. Are these from today now? Where is he? Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Are these from today now?
I don't know.
Hello? You don't know? You're the only person that's working on this show apart from me. Oh my God, we're like a rudderless ship. This boat's going down. Yeah, where were we? Christmas dinner sumptuous. Caroline texts, Cressida will confirm that all the rules of the drinking game at number 10 were fully observed.
Booze.
Exactly. Sean says, is that the best Keir Starmer can come up with? A party a year ago? All they do is criticise. If they have all the answers, why didn't they say when COVID first broke out? They are pathetic, says Sean. Yeah, another one of these cult fans who think that Boris is doing his best. Oh, he's doing his best. Yeah, okay, bedtime. And I think that's it. I've wiped them all up from yesterday. I'm doing very well. Right, the Christmas tree. Or should I take a break? God, all this time I've wasted. These messages, they keep coming. How do they get my address is what I can't understand. All right, I'll do a few more. I'll get ahead of myself, and then I'll do the Christmas tree. John says, Boris Johnson, all-round entertainer. Any distraction will do. Well, he is an all-round entertainer, if that's what you mean. Simon says, just shows the world we live in. 3,000 people complain to the Metropolitan Police, who are vastly underfunded and under-resourced, to investigate a party just so they can embarrass Boris Johnson and the Tory government. Don't the Met and other police forces have more important things to investigate? We're talking about a mountain of dead people here, Simon. How the country addresses the various rules and regulations that are just chucked out of number 10 very much depends on how number 10 addresses those rules and regulations themselves. They are rather undermining their message. And the message is vital to save lives at the moment. Get it? But he's doing his best. Derek says, please give our brave leader, Boris Johnson, a break. Oh, God, not another one. He's led us through the pandemic. Well, I'm hoping there's a wide streak of sarcasm going through this. Let's find out. He's led us through the pandemic, delivered Brexit, and ensured economic prosperity for all. Yeah, OK, I think the jury is in. Sarcasma fairly reeking of it. And he's done all this while raising a young family, a devoted husband and father, an example to all, says Derek. Yeah. Good one, Derek. I can't wait till, chucks all of his clothes out the window at number 10. And he comes back and they're all in the street. There can only be moments. Just a matter of days. Bradley texts, played a memory game at a baby shower today. I had to stop myself from asking if there were extra points for getting it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
That's what I heard. I thought you get extra points if you get it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Camden. Oh, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
Hi. I just want to say something about the tree. You're being a locust.
A locust?
Locust.
Oh, locust. Yes. Yeah, that's right.
If somebody gave you as a present a pet who is a bit
ugly, an ugly pet. Yeah.
Yeah, a pet who is a bit
ugly. Not a looker.
Maybe not ugly, but has some
defect.
Like has
three eyes, like a dog with gills, that sort of thing.
One leg less or something.
Longer than the others, yeah.
A bit disabled.
Mm-hmm. Its back legs have been removed and somebody's put on wheels. Yes.
Yeah. I wouldn't give it back because it's a...
Why? It's not going to offend the dog.
It's a matter of being kind to another
right.
soul.
I see.
Be polite!
Is that what you mean?
And this tree has sacrificed itself. It has...
I don't think the tree committed suicide. I think that tree was murdered.
Yeah, but in any case, it has allowed people to sacrifice itself.
No, that's not actually. That's not accurate. That's not accurate. No, that's not true. What could it have done to prevent it? I mean, it couldn't have run away, could it? It didn't allow itself to be sacrificed. There's nothing it could have done about it.
It could have simulated a storm around itself, and to chase away the people with the axe.
You've been watching Harry Potter too much. That's fiction. Real trees don't act like that.
I haven't watched.
You've never watched Harry Potter? Why not? What are you going to watch this Christmas? What Christmas-themed event are you going to be watching this Christmas?
I don't know.
Well, think.
There are films about animals.
Animals? Well, what kind of film about animals? Flipper.
There was a film called Beethoven, as far as I know.
A film called what?
Beethoven.
Bit of him? Which bit?
Beethoven.
Oh, Beethoven. The Music Man. Right.
Not about the Music Man.
About a dog. A dog called Beethoven.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why would you want to watch that?
Do you want me to watch films about masked people who are masked even when they're not wearing masks?
What would that be?
I don't know.
No, well, neither do I. You're just making it up now. Yeah, okay. I want you to watch that if you can find such a thing. No, I want you to watch Harry Potter. It's very Christmassy. You'll love it, Claire.
It's full of made up names.
Yeah.
Which are just randomly gathered from all over the world.
Yeah. Claire, it's a film that is factually accurate. Trust me. It all happened based on a true story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the imagination of somebody.
Of somebody, yeah. We don't really know who wrote it. It's lost in the mists of time. But whoever it was, I'm sure he's very good. All right, thanks a lot, Claire. There's more? Yeah, there's more. Yeah.
In any case, the tree is... I wouldn't give it back.
No, because that would be impolite. Yeah, they wouldn't want it back. I mean, they were desperate to get rid of it. I mean, just look at it.
It would cause distress to the tree.
To the tree. Yeah, it's like a reject tree. Yeah, imagine how upset that tree would be.
Yeah.
Good point, Claire. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Okay, cheers, my dear. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Norwegians have hit back at criticism of their annual Christmas tree gift to Britain after Londoners described it as scrawny and half dead. Yeah, thanks a lot, Norway. Boo! See what you've done? Bemused visitors to Trafalgar Square have been expressing their disappointment. They're not upset, they're just disappointed. After the famous tree arrived in the capital looking a bit worse for wear, like it had been dragged here behind a lorry, not carried here on one. What does a lorry sound like, Bodge? Very good. Complaints have included that the 78-foot tall Norwegian spruce looked half-eaten and hung over. Hung over. I hadn't thought about that. It does look a bit hung over.
Booze.
This was ahead of the official lighting ceremony, during which a disinterested council employee chucked a single string of lights that they found in a skip and that they've been using for the past 10 years over it and called it a day.
Oh, fabulous.
Terrible lights. Why do they always use the same blooming lights? It's just like one string just chucked at it. I'll say it again. Look at the tree that New York has in the Rockefeller Center. It's the best Christmas tree in the world ever. And this sad example that we've got as our national tree, well, it's just pathetic. No offence. And as you can imagine, Norway has apologised and confirmed that there has been a mix-up and they're sending over a better one. No, they doubled down.
What?
Yeah. Norwegians have now defended the tree and have questioned what the UK has given them in return. Lars from Oslo told the Times newspaper, all the British gave us last Christmas was the Kent variant. If they don't want the tree, then we can come and get it back. The mayor of Oslo, Marianne Borgen, said it was a gift of love between the two countries. Right, that's it. Alert Marc Francois to fix bayonets. We're going to invade Norway. Wherever that is. The mayor of Oslo said, people complain all the time. In 2019, I was told it looked like a cucumber. Yeah, that's right. So you sent us a worse one as punishment. The mayor of Oslo said, in the end, the tree is not really a tree at all. It's a symbol of solidarity and friendship. It comes from the forest that embraces Oslo on all sides. So while it might arrive with injuries, it remains a gift of love. Right, that's it. It's war. The Norwegian spruce has been an annual gift to the people of London from Oslo each year since 1947 as a token of gratitude for British support for Norway during the Second World War. Well, this one looks like they cut it down in 1947. The mayor of Oslo, Ms. Borgen, was joined by Andrew Smith, the Lord Mayor of Westminster. Last month in Oslo, for the ceremony to cut down the Christmas tree so it could be transported to London before the lights were switched on in a ceremony this week. So the actual Lord Mayor of London, Andrew Smith, was there when they cut it down. Couldn't he have said something? I mean, if he was in a garden centre and they tried to palm him off with some shrivelled stump, he'd have said, can we see a better one? Not that one. You had one job, Andrew Smith. If that is indeed your name, sounds like an alias to me. The Mayor of Oslo, Marianne Borgen, said, I am pleased that people are passionate. It's a sign that Londoners care about the present we have sent them. The tree comes from a forest, she said. Yeah, we know that. And we are passionate. We passionately hate it. She said, this is a love tree, and it means a lot to us to give it to Londoners. Though it started as a thank you to the British people for their help during World War II, it's now as much about friendship and solidarity and hope for the future and peace. Well, that sounds like a declaration of hostilities to me. She says the tree symbolises all of this, and I hope that when the lights are turned on, the symbolic message behind the gift is what people have in mind. Yeah, the message we have in mind is, can we get our tree from Denmark next time? Maybe do a whip round for some lights. A couple of thousand should do it. Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to be able to see it from space. You could miss that if you were hugging it. Onlookers gathered on Thursday this week at the base of the tree for the lighting ceremony attended by the Lord Mayor of Westminster and the Mayor of Oslo. And the crowd said with one voice...
Oh, fabulous.
Is that it? By the way, the New Year's fireworks are cancelled again.
Oh, no.
Again, yeah. For the first time ever, Trafalgar Square is going to host a ticketed New Year event, including, but not limited to, live music, stage performers, food stalls, and a large screens showing the live broadcast, which right-wingers have already complained is woke, without having seen it yet or knowing anything about it. I mean, last time they had fireworks and a light show just for TV, and the frothing indignation from the usual Dad's Army types was comical. They actually used blue and yellow in the fireworks. EU colours, they whined.
Stop whining.
So there was a white New Year's. Snowflakes everywhere.
Hello?
Patricia?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
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 Yes.
Hello?
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 Yes?
Oh, I was thinking of the way we were talking about the Christmas tree that Norway gives. I think it's awful. That was a gift.
Yes, terrible gift. Very, very bad gift.
Clue.
Awful gift. You're quite right. I agree with you.
That is not the way you speak.
That's not no kind of gift to give a country. Dreadful. You're quite right.
You don't compare it to America, please, or wherever else. And the worst thing was, maybe we should have one from Denmark instead.
Yeah, they would be better. Anywhere else would be good. Let's get one from Saudi Arabia next time.
So who cares? Do not treat a gift like that.
Yeah, you shouldn't give a gift like that. Exactly.
But they give a gift which is available that year. They can't help how that tree grows.
What, that's the best tree in Norway?
Yeah, maybe. No, this is the sort of person you are, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, I think it's awful.
It is a dreadful tree. You're quite right, Patricia. But be fair, it is a gift.
Okay, bye.
Thanks. Another satisfied customer. 0345 6060 973. Pete texts, how do you know a politician is lying? His mouth is moving. Is your mouth moving, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait.
Hard to tell. Will says, come on, Nick, don't be so ungrateful. It's a gift, says Will. Christmas tree seller from Sutton. Sutton? Well, that's not too far away. Can you get here straight away? There's a big gap in Trafalgar Square we need filling. Michelle says, rather than people ice skating by the tree, as they do in New York, in Trafalgar Square you're more likely to see piles of vomit and rivers of urine and the odd unconscious person after too much Lambrini.
Booze.
Huh. She's a local. Let's have Croydon. Simon.
Hi, Nick.
Simon.
Hi, I want to discuss about the tree. So my question is I wondered what kind of music the guy who picked up the tree from the forest in Norway was playing on the way back to the airport or to the...
Happiness, yeah.
The reason I say this is because I have 3 plants. Well, I used to have 3 plants. I used to have a rubber plant and a cheese plant, and I still have my spider plants. Now, when I play rock music, my rubber plant used to perk up. And when I played dance music, my cheese plant used to perk up. Me spider plants enjoyed all kinds of music. Since then, my cheese plant and my rubber plant have died, but my spider plants are still going very strong. So I wonder what the driver was playing on the way back.
Well, that's an excellent question, Simon. Leave it with me, and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. How does that sound?
That sounds brilliant.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks a lot, Simon. 0345 6060 973. That sounds like the sort of thing that Prince Charles would be into, playing music for plants. Stu texts, you're old enough to remember Mr. Ben off the telly. Do you think Boris watched it too? I don't know. I don't really understand the reference. Mr. Ben, isn't he the bloke with the top, with not a top hat, is a bowler hat? I can't remember what he did. What did Mr. Ben do, glamorous assistant? Yes?
Hello?
Hello? We don't know. Margaret texts, let's hope Donald Trump becomes president again, as your Boris bashing is becoming tiresome, says Margaret. Margaret, I think, reading between the lines there, what's actually occurring is that you voted for Boris Johnson and believed all of his fantastical claims. Liar! And you're becoming, it is becoming increasingly difficult to continue to support him. Are you beginning to feel like you've been had, Margaret? I suspect that is what is behind that text. Plus, don't forget, he is doing his best. Like a 5-year-old, tasked to clear his room up, but makes more of a mess than it was in the first place. And a patient parent says that he's doing his best. If you continue doing your best, you get to go to the fun park.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has
yes.
Peppa Pig
is the right answer. County Down. Hello, Sean.
I can't stop laughing, really. You know the tree, right?
The tree?
You know the one that's in Downing Street. Did they swap it round after climbing after the drunken party?
The one in Downing Street is actually a full and plumptious tree, whereas the thing that is our national tree, that scrawny stick in Trafalgar Square, that's not festive. It's not festive. Festive trees are supposed to be big and bright and happy-looking things. That looks like it looks like that tree's on heroin. Let's be frank.
I think it's got the virus.
Yeah, exactly. That's a diseased tree. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think that's what's happened. You know, they were all drunk to the eyeballs and started climbing the tree and they swapped them round.
Yeah.
That's what Tories do for you.
What, climb trees?
Swap things round.
Right. Okay, thanks a lot, Sean. Cheers, mate. I think I suspect that he was out of material. I don't know. That's my guess. Excellent work. Thanks a lot, Sean. 0345 6060 973. This text says, if you count the baubles on the Rockefeller Christmas tree in order, do you get extra points? No. No, you do not. I'm not going to play that again. This says, the Norway tree is showing us those bright sunlit uplands we have, which are pretty thin and as scarce as those branches. It's a bit torturous, but okay, on topic. Scott says, us good people in Edinburgh get our tree from Norway, and it's magnificent. I think you lot got the naff one. Right, I want a picture of the tree that they've got in Edinburgh. Where have you stuck it in Edinburgh? Right by Princes Street, I bet. I demand to see a picture of it straight away. We'll compare and contrast. Let's have Vance in Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your show as usual.
Cheers.
Rick, you can find that type of Christmas tree in the remnant section of garden centres in Norway.
Yeah,
it's called a Brexit economy tree.
You can find it in February. It'll be one of the trees that nobody chose.
Exactly, yeah. But it's officially a Brexit economy tree. The other thing, last night you were asking what Johnson is good for. It's obvious, isn't it? He's good to be a snowman. With the temperatures dropping this coming week, all he needs to do is stand in Downing Street overnight, let the snow fall on him, stick a carrot on his nose, okay, and he's got the right shape, bulbous body, zero neck, bulbous head, and then in the morning when the sun comes out, he'll melt away and we can all get back to our normal lives
Wouldn't
again.
that be marvellous? What do you think about that, Bodge?
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Ignorance you're betraying.
Yeah, and one other thing, Nick, if I may. Johnson said that the December party last year, no rules were broken.
Yeah, right.
But he went on to say he wasn't at the party. So how does he know?
How does he know?
How does he know anything?
You can't have a party and break no rules if the rules at the time were that you don't have a party.
Yeah.
How are they saying this with a straight face? Why are people not... when they're interviewing these ministers, why are they letting them get away with it?
Yeah. It's just noise.
Yeah, it is. Just fill the air with noise, and then your allotted time on the programme will be up shortly, and then you can go away and try to find your soul.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks a lot,
Nick.
Vance. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. I just don't know how they live with themselves. These people, these robots, these nodding dogs that get wheeled out on a daily basis. Their number comes up, and they think, "Oh God, here we go. What have I got to recite today?" And then they give them their lie sheet, and they just have to stick to it, under threat of being fired, I would imagine. There were no rules broken during the holding of these events. I mean, there were no events and no rules were broken while these parties were being held. I mean, there were no parties and no rules were broken. Painful looking at it, and the torturous knots they tie themselves into, trying to justify something that they must know is completely unjustifiable. But the regime thinks that if you just keep lying and lying and lying, then eventually we'll just give up. Oh, okay, you didn't have a party and no rules are broken. Martin emails, I live in Sheep's Head. Instead of a tree, we've got a stack of old tyres. Big tyres at the bottom, little tyres at the top, painted green to look like a tree. Stop moaning.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Well, when you put it like that, I apologise. Jim emails, the US got rid of their clown and got an inept sock puppet. Well, if Joe Biden had done nothing other than get Donito Mussolini out of the White House, then he will have fulfilled his function. Just get that man out.
Oh, shut up!
But he didn't. He did more than that. He's just put through a $1.9 trillion stimulus package. $1.9 trillion. What did Donald Trump do when he was in power? Apart from usurp democracy. He gave the billionaires a $1 trillion tax cut. Apart from that, I can't think of a single thing. Cozied up to some of the world's worst dictators. Will texts, my dog's called Isaiah because one eye's higher than the other. Oh, listener with material.
Oh, no.
Let's have Newcastle under Lyme. Jill.
Hello, yes?
Yes, Jill.
Yes. I'm just wondering about last year's parties at Downing Street when, you know, a lot of people were dying. We couldn't even go to the funerals, for God's sake.
Right.
Who paid for the lavish refreshments? I do hope it wasn't the taxpayer.
Now, what would be your guess?
I would guess it would be.
Yeah, me too. Yes.
And I think that's scandalous.
Yes, it's scandal piled on scandal with this
But
lot.
nothing is ever done about these things.
I know. There should be people doing jail for the things that this regime has managed to get away with.
Well, I don't know about jail, but I wish somebody would do something.
Yeah.
to put them in the place
Right.
because they're arrogant.
Well, Jill, their place in their minds is the House of Lords, where they'll coin it in, doing nothing for the rest of their lives, in the world's best club, the only club in the world that pays you to be a member.
Yes, true. Well, I'll leave it to you to get something done about it all.
Yeah, leave it with me, Jill.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jill. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, who paid for it all?
Booze.
We did, I bet. I betcha. Of course we did. I mean, Bodge doesn't pay for anything, does he? Doesn't pay for anything himself. Miriel, Slinfold. There's no such place.
There is.
Where is it?
It is in West Sussex.
Nonsense.
Yes, it is.
Okay, then.
I know, because I'm there.
Where?
In Slinfold.
Slinfold, of course.
Very important place.
Is it?
Yes, it is. It's a nice little village.
Well, they should have called it something better.
Yeah, probably. Can't help you there. I didn't name it.
I suppose
it's a mad name,
yeah.
Fair enough.
Slinfold. I don't like it. It's just something about it I don't like.
I don't know. There's a lot of places called something fold around here. There's Cowfold and Slinfold and something else fold. And don't ask me what it's all about.
Well, I am asking you what it's all about.
Oh, it's some kind of Saxon thing. Anyway, I didn't ring in to talk about the name of where I live. I came in, wanted to moan about people moaning about the tree.
Hey, you know what fold means? I've just looked it up.
What does it mean?
It's a native English suffix meaning of so many parts.
The hell is that supposed to mean?
Slin of so many parts. That's where your place is.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Well,
Slin of so many parts.
I guess not.
Oh, no. Somebody was drunk when they named this place.
It says,
they've had a few.
It says a native suffix meaning of so many parts, or denoting multiplication by the number indicated by the stem or word to which the suffix is added, as in twofold.
Twofold or threefold, yeah.
Or manifold.
But what the hell does slin?
Slinfold. I don't know. Well,
there's got to be the name of the person. There's always a name, isn't there? Like Horsham. Now that one I love. We're quite near Horsham, and I love that one because ham. The suffix ham means a hamlet, right? A village.
Does it?
Yes, it does. Hamlet means kind of a small village, a hamlet. So Horsham. It's probably horses, but I got great crack when I was living there out of implying that it was whores.
Oh, really? Keep it clean, Muriel.
Horse. No, the name Horse. Some man called Horse.
Right. Oh, you mean horse?
Yes.
Of course.
Yes. Your mind took you somewhere else. Anyway, listen, this tree.
Yeah.
Stop bloody whinging about the tree, you ungrateful brat.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Rude.
It's rude.
It's very, very rude.
Nobody. Polite. Norway doesn't have to give you a tree. They don't have to bother. And they did. And okay, a few bloody branches or things fell off on the way. Jesus, cover it up and stop whinging.
Yeah.
And we've got a much better idea of what you could do instead of the tree. Do you know what you should do instead of the tree?
Go on.
Stocks.
Stocks?
Stocks.
Stocks?
Stocks. S-T-O-C-K-S.
S-T-O-C-K-S. Yes, stocks. Yes.
Yeah. And I can think of a few people who could be in them.
Yes, I think of a few people who could be in them.
Yeah. Where
I know where we should start, right at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Good set of stout stocks for that.
Don't
individual.
say it.
Individual.
Right.
And, put a few, some rotten vegetables or something beside, and everybody be queuing up for a go.
Oh, wouldn't they ever?
Endless entertainment.
They'd be queuing for to the moon and back.
Oh, yeah. My idea, I'd be first.
Well, I'd fight you for it, but okay, you go first, Marielle. You go first.
Don't you think there's a much better plan?
Well, it would entertain the nation. It would.
It would make everybody so happy, and the amount of Christmas spirit you'd generate.
Yes, exactly.
Instead of looking at a tree and whinging about it.
That sad tree. Stop whining.
Stop whining. Yeah,
exactly.
Stop whining. Get some stocks. Put who in them, and let's all queue up.
Right. Okay.
And instead of wasting money on trials for the likes of that woman who was associated with the late Jeffrey Epstein, I'm not going to mention the name. Put her in there, and we can throw a few missiles at her, it'd be grand. You know, it'd be a much better idea.
Muriel, you're a woman with a plan. I like it. All right.
I have many plans. Sadly, most people don't listen to them, but however.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Gotta go. Thanks, Muriel. Cheers, my dear. Stocks, you say. Put him in first, you say. Any thoughts, Bodge? He'll think about it. Lentex, the Robin Hood statue should be moved to the pavement opposite 10 Downing Street. The Robin Hood statue should be moved to the pavement opposite 10 Downing Street. Why? Oh, Robin Hood. Right, okay, Robin Hood. Yeah, okay. Helen texts, have you heard that the government.uk website has crashed and people are stranded abroad as they can't download and print a passenger locator form? My brother-in-law is stuck in Lanzarote, if you please, says Helen. No, I have not heard that. I'll check on that during the next news break. Ain't that priceless? Stuck in Lanzarote. I wonder what the weather is like in Lanzarote. I bet it's glorious. Worst places to be stuck, Helen. Like here, for instance. Edward texts, in an age when we are encouraged to go green, we should discourage the cutting down of any Christmas trees. I've not had a Christmas tree since 1980. Huh. Well, I suppose so. I'm not sure it actually makes any difference, does it? Because, is that Edinburgh's tree?
Yeah.
Look at that. Wow. That's a tree. That's a tree. And they get that from Norway?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, now I'm really offended. Look that up on the World Wide Web, I double dare you. So that's the tree that Norway gave to Scotland. See, that's a full and luscious tree, like a tree should be on Jesus' birthday. Not the sad stick that we got in Trafalgar Square. Plus, it's dressed beautifully. Look at those lights. Wow, I'm mesmerised. And they've lit up the bushes around it, and then the castle is lit in the background, and wow, that's fantastic. That's how you do a Christmas tree. Now, of course, you can disguise a threadbare tree with an enormous amount of lights. Why do we have the same... It looks like the council spent £5 on those lights. Like they went to Robert Dyas and they'd run out of everything, so they think, oh, well, we'll just take these then. Last one on the shelf. Nobody wanted these. And then we'll just chuck them at the tree and job done. It's pathetic, is what it is. And it's pathetic every single year. Why aren't people complaining?
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Apart from me. That is a good-looking tree. Are you sure that that's this year's tree? That's not, like, cut and pasted?
I think so.
Right. Okay, so now he's backing down. Tesla emails. Norway wanted to stick it to us by sending a stick. Yeah, I do think it's like a declaration of war. I think we should be very, very upset. Isabel texts, I need an answer to that age-old December question. Is Die Hard a Christmas film? Yes and no, in that order. It's not actually a Christmas film, but the beginning and the end are Christmas-themed. So it looks a bit weird when you watch it when it's not actually Christmas. So it's better to see it at Christmas, but it's not a Christmas film. Is that clear?
No.
Let's have Embra. Al.
Hello. Good evening.
Love your tree, Al.
Oh, right, okay. Which one was that? Anyway, I agree with you on a few things. The Trafalgar tree is definitely good to shred.
Terrible.
It looks rubbish. I think Starmer should form an alliance.
Yes.
I think the government should really be pursued and track and trace. I think they should be. It's absolutely criminal the amount of money they spent.
What's criminal is that nobody has faced criminal charges. That's what's criminal.
Yeah, and they should do. I mean, the sheer amount, they could have I don't know, it's like 10 aircraft carriers worth.
Well, never mind about that. It's just on that phone app that doesn't work. That's about half the entire budget for the NHS for a year. I mean, it just blows my mind how much money has disappeared.
If anyone, tried to price any kind of system like that, if they looked at Tesco or Amazon or whatever, I don't think they could have spent that amount. So, no, I think it's definitely criminal. But there's one issue I've got to pick you up on, though. Mm-hmm. The best Bond film, definitely Spectre.
Oh, come off it. Could be the worst Bond film. Spectre? What, the one with not Christopher Walken, the other guy? What's his name?
The
bloke who looks a bit weird. Mind you, all Bond villains look a bit weird, don't they?
Oh, well, okay, I'll go for Live and Let Die as a second.
Live and Let Die? Well,
yeah, that's all right.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. I mean, yeah, I actually like that film a lot. That's the one that the car does a complete sort of lateral roll, going over the Florida, the police person from Florida.
Is that the one? No, it's the one with the boat chase. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I think it's the same one. The boat chase, and the car does a complete, unless I'm thinking of Starsky and Hutch. No, not Starsky and Hutch. Bond, Live and Let Die. I'm pretty sure that car does a lateral flip. I think it's the first time, maybe the only time it's ever been tried.
That's okay. Well, we can agree a compromise then.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I agree with you most of the time, but the other thing I think hasn't been mentioned that much is masks.
Masks.
And how people don't really mention how effective they are, especially the N95 ones. There are so many masks available on the market that they're more like fashion masks. But if you try one of the proper ones, the disposable N95 ones, they feel so much better. They're much more protective.
Right. Well, but it's not protecting you. It's protecting other people from what you have. So, people still don't understand. I'm aware. I'll take it on board that you understand it, but other people, even like 2 years later, they still don't get that the mask is not for your protection. It's to protect other people from what you may have.
Yeah, I think the N95 ones are different, though. I think they do protect you as well, and you can feel that because they fit so much more closely.
Right. Well, the only positive thing about them, these days, is it keeps the front of your face warm, as opposed to the back of your face, which is, completely uncovered. True. Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Al. Go check out your tree. It looks fantastic from where I'm sitting. It's Al in Edinburgh. Ein text, as in AYN. Please stop Brexit bashing. We are the best. Gavin Williamson says so, and I believe him. I believe him. Anything Gav says.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country. Much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all, because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
He used to be the head of education in this country. Yeah, can you believe that?
No.
Now it's Mr. Numbers person.
And 1.
Yes.
2.
3.
11.
Oh, close. Gwent, Patrick.
Yes, Nick. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks.
Hey, lovely to talk to you, right? Listen, I just wanted to say this. Right, we'll have the 8 said now in a couple of weeks, yeah? I'm looking forward to that. But, you know the Downing Street thing, yeah? Right. So you got the Boris Johnson and all the rest of them. They're making the rules, they're breaking the rules, and then they've had 2 parties at Downing Street, apparently, and there's a policeman standing on the door.
Yes.
And so that just shows they are above the law. Although they tell us they're not.
Yeah. You'd think you'd be able to hear the music seeping out the brickwork. Exactly.
I want to mention the contract testing because we've already had that one anyway.
Right.
If I don't talk to you before Christmas, all the best to you, right? But I hope on the A to Z I'll be tuning in, right?
All right, excellent. Thanks a lot, Patrick.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that policeman. See now, the police person on the door. There's more than one now. It's not some copper in a funny hat who just like It's not one of those anymore. They are highly weaponized police persons who stand outside Downing Street now. And it seems that perhaps they're, lending or giving a blind eye to some of the shenanigans that go on inside. But you can't fire someone who's brandishing a machine gun. But somebody needs to have a word. Jake tweets, "Hi Nick, I'm making a nice roast chicken dinner. Do you want some?" No. But thanks for asking. Tooting, Anita.
Hello.
Anita.
You have a name that is similar to mine because your name is Nick. Nicholas is connected to Christmas, and my middle name is Rosa, and Rosa Parks was a lady in Alabama that stood up as a civil rights activist, and Rosa Luxemburg was the Jewish Polish lady that said that we should be doing mass strikes to get change in government. She was a Marxist.
Yeah.
So I think you and I should collaborate, Nick, and get a revolution in this country.
I thought you were going to keep going with the links, and because it was Rosa Luxemburg, and then I used to work on Radio Luxembourg.
Oh my gosh!
And that's how we are, in fact, cosmic twins.
Oh my gosh! We should definitely do a revolution.
Yeah, righto. I'll be over in about an hour and a half. How does that sound?
That sounds perfect.
Okay. Thanks, Anita. You say you want a revolution.
Rock and roll!
Why not? T-Tex, we do not need anybody's tree. We can use one from here. It can be any tree. We don't hack off the roots so it can be planted again. Well, it'd be a pretty tough tree to pluck out the ground without cutting it somehow. Something of that size. But he seems very, very keen on using a British tree because almost all of it's in capital letters, like he's shouting at me. Will says, we donated a tree to the pub next to where I sell trees. Oh, it's Will the tree seller. He says, if I heard any of the owners of the pub saying bad stuff about my tree without saying to my face, they'd get nothing next year with no warning. The tree would just not turn up. Well, that'd be super and fine by me. And Norway can stick it. No offence. I mean, if that's an example of the trees that we'll be getting from Norway over the next few years, then I think we can do without. We could just lay the lights on the ground and switch them on, just where they sit in a pool on the ground. I'm still gazing in awe at that tree that they've got in Edinburgh. It's beautiful. Mind you, anything looks fantastic with a spotlit Edinburgh Castle in the background. I mean, just look at that. One of the most beautiful places in the whole wide world. Edinburgh. Let's have Hitchin. Hello, David.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, David.
Yes. What would you like for Christmas? It could be booze. It could be, I don't know, anything. What would you like?
I'd like my back, not my two front teeth. I'd like my one back tooth, which I have already spent £1,500 trying to keep it in my head. And I'm fearing that whatever he did didn't work, and he's going to have to yank it out anyway.
Right, well, just send me the bill and I'll cover it. I was thinking something like a nice bottle of brandy or something, but yeah, I can cover that. Now, what I was really phoning about, not the Christmas trees and stuff, was that, okay, but yeah, sorry to hear about your teeth, but I've got a quick story about teeth, if you can bear it. I'll try and speed it up in 2 minutes. Is that okay?
2 minutes on someone's teeth?
No, listen, okay, right, what happened, there was a lady, she suffers from depression for about 40 years. Anyway, she wouldn't answer the phone or see any members of the family, blah, blah, blah. And eventually a specialist came into the house and traced it back to when the depression for 40 years started. A true story, years ago. And what they were doing, they were putting, they were putting mercury as fillings, and after they took the mercury out, after a week, her depression just went away.
Right.
And
But yeah, what my idea was...
So all that mercury was just leaking into her head?
Yeah, and that's what some mercury is in the flu jab. My dad's 81, he's never had the flu jab, and what a surprise, he's never had the flu. But,
well, the two aren't necessarily connected, and I'm not sure they put mercury in the flu jab. I kind of doubt it.
No, they do. I've looked at the ingredients. There is. Yeah.
The ingredients?
It's mercury's in the flu jab,
right?
And I don't know what to how much level. And there's also dead fetus, and there's another.
Please, a dead fetus? You're not having
your supper. And there's another 14 nasty things there. But what I was suggesting to your receptionist there is what I would like. Basically, I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
What's your favourite animal?
Ocelot.
What the hell is that? You just made that up.
I did, yeah. There's no such thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Mine's is a penguin.
Well,
what I want to do
nobody
is...
asked. Go on.
I want to get a T-shirt designed. Maybe it will have Nick and send it in to the studio. And I want your autograph on it. And then
I'll keep it.
You'll keep it, will you?
Well, if that's the plan, yeah. Okay, sure, why not? Thanks for the T-shirt, David. Appreciate it. I'm getting presents. Most flu vaccines are given from single-dose vials and do not contain mercury. It says on this information that I've just looked up. Thimerosal is different than the mercury that causes mercury poisoning, and our bodies process it easily. Does not contain mercury.
Affirmative.
It says here on the internet. I've got some more information. Partly false claim. Flu vaccine contains toxic levels of formaldehyde, mercury derivative preservatives. A widely shared post on social media.
Fabulous.
Is there any misinformation on social media? Maybe. A widely shared post on social media makes the claim that influenza vaccine, Fluzone, contains formaldehyde and thimerosal, a mercury derivative. The post is accompanied by an image of a vaccine package and its contents with the words formaldehyde and thimerosal circled in red. This text in the post says formaldehyde is a highly toxic poison that, if inhaled, can cause dizziness and suffocation. I'm all on board with the dizziness part. It's the suffocation bit what concerns me. Some of the comments call for avoiding vaccines altogether. This claim on social media contains a mix of accurate and inaccurate information, as in... Liar! God, it's a bit long, this. It just goes... OK, I'll skip straight to the verdict. Partly false. Flu vaccines in multi-dose vials contain small traces of formaldehyde and thimerosal, a mercury-containing compound. But these occur and are processed naturally in the body and pose no credible safety concerns. There you are. Proof, if need be. Every now and again, this show's educational, isn't it?
Negative.
A doctor fighting for an investigation into the rumoured Christmas parties thrown at Number 10 has said the UK's response to the pandemic has been blighted by the government flouting COVID rules. You're a flouter, Bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Dr. Rachel Clark, an NHS palliative care doctor who lives in Oxfordshire, accused the government of leading the pandemic while using sneak privileges like parties that other people are denied. You're a sneaker flouter, Bodge.
I can't comment on that.
The demand for the probe follows reports from the Daily Mirror newspaper that on the 18th of December last, around 40 people drank and celebrated late into the night, while the rest of London, as well as several other areas of England, were under Tier 3 restrictions.
What?
The doctor sent an open letter of complaint addressed to the Met, calling for an investigation to be launched into the 2 Number 10 parties that reportedly went ahead last Christmas. It's been signed by more than 3,000 NHS workers on the front line of the crisis in the last 24 hours. The Met Police confirmed that they have seen no letter. What letter, they said? We don't even know what a letter is. Never heard of it. Case closed. Move along, or Priti Patel will slap your legs. Boris Johnson on Wednesday refused to deny that a large party was held in Number 10 in late December, breaking regulations. Guilty! Met Police Commissioner Cressida Dick told LBC News, sitting in front of our leader, Nick Ferrari, if you please, that the police force needed a letter of complaint to look into the alleged breaches of lockdown occurring in the form of Christmas parties at Number 10 Downing Street. A letter. Like the police is still in the 1970s. A letter? What, written on paper, you mean? While Nick Ferrari himself got increasingly exasperated at her refusal to accept that he personally was making a complaint. And what was she going to do about it? And she just said that she hadn't received a complaint, while he was in front of her, giving her a complaint.
Oh, fabulous.
That clip's still on the World Wide Wait, by the way. It's infuriating. And she seriously needs to do something about those epaulets, because they look like they're trying to stage an escape. They're supposed to be sitting on your shoulders. It looks like they're trying to. It looks like her epaulette's trying to crawl across the table to seek solace in the company of Nick Ferrari. Please help me. We can't take it anymore. One GP who signed the letter wrote, in December 2020, I was working 60 to 70 hours a week, doing telephone and video triage and running a large practice in complete isolation from friends and family. There were no parties. A health visitor wrote, I spent a year shielding. I didn't get to see family and friends, including my 83-year-old dad. I continued to work remotely throughout, supporting isolated women, some low in mood, some in abusive relationships. One left a widow before the birth of her second child due to her fit, healthy husband dying of COVID. To hear that the PM is said to have hosted parties at Downing Street disgusts me. Yeah, it disgusts me too. But I'm sure he's doing his best. And all that's true. But, you know, on the other hand, Bodge did lurch outside to bash his hands together for the NHS for a couple of minutes a few times last year. What more do you want? A health visitor wrote, it's sickening, such an insult and a kick in the teeth to all those who have suffered and endured grief and loss. Well, as I've been told 1,000 times, people knew what they were voting for, and they actively wanted to be insulted and kicked in the teeth. It seems odd, but there you go. A health visitor wrote, if Boris Johnson had looked into the eyes of dying patients, like we have, he would never have permitted lockdown-breaking booze-ups on his watch. Only someone wildly out of touch with the reality of COVID would be so callous and cavalier. She said, if London's police force turns a blind eye to this latest example, I will be devastated. Well, prepare to be devastated. And I think that if he did look into the eyes of dying patients, he'd have still gone ahead and have a party. What does he care? Bah! Labour MPs have also reported Boris Johnson to the Met over the allegations. Neil Coyle, Labour MP for Bermondsey and Old Southwark, wrote to the Met Police Commissioner, writing that Johnson is not above the law despite his bloated self-entitlement. Yeah, you hear that, Bodge? That bloke says you're not above the law.
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Shadow International Trade Secretary Barry Gardiner backed the call, saying, if these events did take place, it implies there is one rule for the government and another for everyone else. Well, of course there is. It's what people voted for. A spokesmodel for the Met said, it is our policy not to routinely investigate retrospective breaches of the COVID-19 regulations. We will, however, consider the correspondence received. Yeah, consider it dismissed. Lack of evidence, you see. Plus, they need a letter of complaint, and as they've only got a pile of letters of complaint that stretch to the moon and back, there's really nothing they can do. Their hands are tied. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Santa text, would you like a calculator and some batteries for your fly swat for Christmas? Well, I don't need a calculator because my maths is excellent. Isn't it, Zaphod?
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including.
I think he's run out of batteries. Sanj texts, I read on social media that some fool was saying that Norway had sent that tree because we had left the EU. Only for someone to point out that Norway isn't in the EU, and the reply to them was, yeah, but they're in Europe. That's a good point. William texts, this tree is actually way ahead of its time. In the not so far off future, there won't be any trees chopped down for our fleeting festive focal point. We're phasing out using trees. Just so happens, by the look of it, we're doing it gradually. Oh, it's a phase, is it? They're going through a phase. Steve texts, if the tree is a token of love, it's a good job they don't hate us. What would they have given us then? Yes. Yeah. A social disease. Brian tweets, for years now, Donald has been blabbing about extra points. How many did he get? And how many non-extra points? Any? He never tells us. How can we ever trust him again? Fake points, says Brian. Pauline says, surely the full-leaved trees are needed alive to avert the climate crisis. Yeah, but they're very... I mean, as far as I know, it's not necessarily a green catastrophe, the cutting down of those small trees, because as soon as they cut them down, they plant new ones. And any tree needs to be grown about 10 years at least before it starts to, pay off benefits regarding carbon capture. I don't think planting trees is necessarily going to save the planet. I mean, it will make it look nicer, but it's not going to save us from, the impending catastrophe. John emails, did you know that Steve Allen went over 1 year to see the tree being cut down? Because he really hates trees. I see. Colin in Shropshire. Colin.
Good evening, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Well, I want to just say to you, your mate Boris Bodger is doing an absolutely wonderful job of buggering the country up.
Right.
And also, what a wonderful tree we've got in London, I don't think.
No, I don't think. They have a wonderful tree in Edinburgh. Have you seen it?
Yes, I have seen it. And they've also got a brilliant one in New York as well.
The one in New York is, you could literally see it from space. It's so lit up. It's absolutely amazing. It's, to celebrate Jesus' birthday, I couldn't think of anything better.
I think, Joe, I listen to you every night when you're on. You're absolutely brilliant.
Well, thanks, Colin. Cheers, my dear.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All I wanted to say to you, unless you want to go into something really controversial.
No, but thanks for asking.
Okay.
Okay. There he goes. No, I do not. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Woo! Oh, that was great. Did I get any on you? Oh, wow. How was that for you?
Very good.
Very good. Oh, I need a cigarette and a lie down. Woo! Leslie tweets, in Norway decorate their trees up and down, not around the tree as the UK and the USA does. Well, that's just another way in which Norway have got it wrong. Brett texts, that tree's like the embarrassing jumper you had got from Granny when you were 7 and you had to wear it and feign looks of delight. That's Christmas all over, says Brett. Oh, no. Oh, that's not Christmas all over. I mean, there's good parts of Christmas, surely. I mean, there's the big Christmas film. What are you going to watch this year, I wonder? I've got mine already lined up. I know what I'm going to watch. I Koyan Iskatsi. I haven't seen that in a couple of years. My favourite film of all time, Koyanisqatsi. That's going to be my Christmas film. I'm going to have to get another one lined up because that only lasts for 80 minutes. 80 minutes of perfection. But just twin that with something exciting. If only Mission Impossible had come out, the new one that he's been making for what seems like about 5 years now. That would have fit the bill perfectly. Other than that, I know. It's either the first or the second greatest action film of all time. Oh, this is a perfect combination. Write this down and you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Mad Max Fury Road. Probably the greatest action film of all time. Terminator 2 used to be at the top spot.
Affirmative.
And now it's maybe the second.
Negative.
Or, maybe it's still the first, and Mad Max Fury Road is number 2. The great thing about Fury Road is everything. Specifically, there's no plot, there's no story, there's no love interest, there's precious little characters in it. It's just wall-to-wall carnage for the entire period it's on. It's great. So that's going to be my double feature this Christmas. There's something to look forward to, eh? Tina says, it takes a lot to annoy me, but people grizzling about the state of the gifted tree from Norway is dreadful. I personally would rather see the tree still growing, save the forests and the spoilt people who are complaining. Hope they never gift one again. Yeah, I hope they never gift one again, Tina. Quite right. Norway can stick it. No offence. This says, the carbon legs on that tree is very exhausted. We have so many suitable trees here, qualified arborist. Does that make sense?
No.
A little bit. You could, if you squinted, make some sense out of that, but can I be bothered?
Negative.
Not really. Chris says, no fireworks on New Year's Eve and a tree that looks like it came from the local 24-hour garage. That's exactly what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like it came from the local 24-hour garage in the middle of January. It's the one that nobody wanted. Poor tree. Sad little thing. Norway thought, oh, God, where are we going to send this? We could chop it up for firewood, but that'd take ages. Oh, I know. Let's just send it to Britain. They'll put up with anything. I mean, look what we put up with as it is. Yeah, exactly. Gwenny text, the one on the mound in Embra, another annual gift from Norway, looks as great as ever. Keep your paws off, or we'll know who's taken it. I am actually offended. I mean, at first I was appalled. Now I'm offended. Because I thought that our tree was bad, but then when you compare it to the one that Norway gifted to Scotland, then it is like a declaration of war. Darryl says, Mr. Ben dressed up in lots of different costumes. Oh, from, that was some while ago. That somebody texted in to see if Bodger Johnson had ever seen Mr. Ben. Dresses up in lots of different costumes, yeah, and pretends to do other people's jobs, eh, Bodge? As a way to take our mind off the catastrophic clown show that we've got running this country. Upminster, Keith. Keith.
Yes. First of all, can I just correct what you said about Florida? It was actually Louisiana that the speedboat went.
Right.
The car went.
Yeah, but wasn't the policeman from Florida? Or was he from Louisiana? Because I know that
it was Louisiana.
Because that policeman was so popular that they brought him back for another film, didn't they?
Yeah, it was in Venice. He went to Venice afterwards, I think.
Did he? Right. Okay. It was a good film. I'd like to see that again. Presumably they'll wheel all the Bond films out at Christmas because, they haven't been on TV for about 3 minutes.
Mm. Yeah, the latest one's okay, but it's not one of the best. I don't think it was one of the best.
Okay, it was awful. I couldn't wait for it to be over. It was painful, terrible.
It was slow. It was too long.
Yeah, by about 3 hours.
I'd like to recommend a couple of others though, if you haven't seen them yet. Have you seen The House of Gucci?
No, it's brand new out. No, I haven't. No, I have not. No.
Yeah, I saw that last weekend and I thoroughly enjoyed it. as long as you don't take somebody's accent seriously. Jared Leto.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. But
I've heard different reviews of that. Some people thought it was just the worst thing they've ever seen, and other people thought that actually it was pretty good. Like 4 out of 5 was the last. Yeah.
Lady Gaga. Did you see Lady Gaga in
No.
Previous? Oh, well, she was okay in Star Is Born, but she was very good in the Gucci film.
Right. I mean, it was Ridley Scott, of course, who did one of the best films that's ever been made, Alien. Yeah. He did Alien.
And the other one I was going to recommend was the June, the latest version of June. Have you seen that one yet?
Dune came out in June. Did you just say that?
The Dune, not the. I've never seen the first one that came out in the 80s. So.
Oh, that Dune, right. Yes, that was terrible as well. The one with Sting in it.
Rock and roll! Yeah.
Absolutely abysmal. Yeah.
But the new version, the 2021 version of June, which is now going to be called June Part 1, because there will be a Part 2 in about 2 years' time.
Oh, yeah.
Watch it. If you're going to watch it in IMAX while it's still on the few IMAX. It's still on IMAX in central London.
Okay,
and
then.
in a couple of other parts of the country.
I will go with trepidation, however, because the director was responsible for the updated Blade Runner, wasn't he? And that was absolutely abysmal. Sometimes you watch a film and you think, God, that was awful, and you think, well,
though.
Huh?
Denis Villeneuve, he did Arrival. Did you see Arrival?
No, I've never heard it. I'm talking about Blade Runner. Blade Runner, the follow-up. Oh, God, that's one of the worst films I've ever seen in my life. And sometimes you think, well, maybe I was just in a bad mood. Maybe I just wasn't in the right frame of mind when I went to see that film. I'll try it again. And so it was on TV just... was it on TV the other day? Or it was on my TV just the other day. I lasted about 5 minutes. I thought, this is an awful film. Can't stand it. It was that bloke just staring out the window. What was his name? What was the name of that bloke in that film?
I can't remember.
Yeah, exactly right. That bloke. All right, Keith, leave it with me. Thanks a lot, mate. What was the name of that bloke in that film? Ryan Gosling. It was about 3 hours of Ryan Gosling just staring out the window. What is it about Ryan Gosling? It doesn't look like a single thought has ever flitted across his brow. He just plays a mannequin all the time. Like he's totally empty-headed. He's utterly emotionless. That's what he does for a living. Express zero emotion for hour upon endless hour in every film that he's in. Apparently it's worth an enormous amount of money. I can express no emotion for hour upon endless hour. Where's my enormous amount of money? Kevin tweets, we'll get our own back. We'll send them a Michael Bublé Christmas album. Well, let's not get carried away. There's no sense in beginning World War III over a tree. Bella tweets, are you doing A to Z again this year? It's one of my favourite parts of Christmas. Why, yes, Bella, I am. The A to Z of 2021 starts on Christmas Eve at 10 p.m. Now, if you haven't played that game before, I think you'll find it's a delight. People, as indeed do I, look forward to it all year long. I'm always getting people all year saying, well, I'll call in with the A to Z. What I do is each hour gets its own letter, and people call in with suggestions for the A to Z of the year. So we start with A, and it charges through. It goes so fast. It really is a lot of fun. It starts at 10 p.m. on Christmas Eve, and then every night until New Year's Eve, when all the difficult letters get squeezed in the 1 hour, which will be the first hour of next year. I'm sure next year is going to be much better than this year. But then I thought that last year too. Yeah, the A to Z of 2021 starts Christmas Eve at 10 p.m. with the letter A. It's a very good place to start. Phil tweets, having gifted us a 30-foot twig, could it simply be that Norway are tired of thanking a country the rest of the world hates? Well, Well, they must be a bit sick of it. 1947. I mean, how many times do they have to say thank you? OK, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now get your own bloomin' tree, they must be thinking. I mean, it's gone on too long, don't you think? Can't we get our own tree? I mean, we've got no end of trees. Or we could buy one from somewhere that does better trees. We keep going to a place that doesn't do very good trees. Let's go to a place where they've got Douglas firs. Get Merca, to send us a tree. They do great big fat ones, as you would expect. Paul says maybe the EU promised Norway a better trade agreement if they agreed to send us their worst tree. And on that subject, Richard says the Trafalgar tree, it's Norway showing their displeasure at the sacking of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, perhaps. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, spelt so wrong, I can't even begin to tell you. I mean, if my life depended on it, I couldn't spell Solskjaer or Gunnar correctly, really, but I know it's wrong when I see it, and that is so wrong. It's not just a no, it's a...
No, 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 no.
Okay, very bad news, by which I mean very bad. Now, this is a story hung over from last week that I did say you should prepare yourself because you thought it was bad, but you'd have no idea how bad it really is. Unless the government steps up its efforts to address a shortage of HGV drivers, the drinks industry has told Grant Shapps that Britain will face a shortage of alcohol this Christmas. That's right. The prospect of limited drinks lines follows panic buying at fuel pumps, soaring heat prices and shortages of items ranging from, but not limited to, consumer electronics to crisps and vegan sausage rolls. What a list! Well, I can do without vegan sausage rolls and I can do without heating and petrol. But don't even think of depriving me of crisps. The Wine and Spirit Trade Association said 49 businesses, including Moet Hennessy, Laurent Perrier, Pernod Ricard, C&C Group and Matthew Clark had put their names to a letter to the Transport Secretary calling on him to take urgent action. Now, keep in mind that this was from last week. And as those companies that I've just mentioned make just about every drink you can possibly think of between them, they should know what they're talking about. And, as you can imagine, the government leapt into action to solve the problem immediately. No, of course they didn't. They pretended the problem did not exist, and even if it did, it's the fault of the French. No! Or the EU being mean to us. The Wine and Spirit Trade Association CEO Miles Beale said, "There is mounting concern among our membership that unless urgent action is taken, we will fall deeper into delivery chaos. We are already seeing major delays on wine and spirit delivery times, which is pushing up costs and limiting the range of products available to UK customers." The Wine and Spirit Trade Association said its members had reported that importing products was taking up to 5 times longer than it did a year ago. Huh. They added that businesses which were previously able to fulfill orders in 2 to 3 days were now experiencing shipments taking 15 days to process. Blimey. How's Brexit going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
Oh, Nige.
I'm a nutcase.
The Wine and Spirit Association wants Grant Shapps to extend a temporary visa scheme for HGV drivers from February the 28th next year to a minimum of 1 year to ease the burden on industry and allow for a sufficient increase in domestic drivers. It also wants its department to facilitate better routing of freight from ports and smaller UK driver networks for short-haul journeys. And in response, the Department for Transport said everything is fine here in sunlit uplands world, and unicorns leap over rainbows, and there's always honey for tea. Oh, and don't question us, peasant, or we'll send Priti Patel round. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
No drink at Christmas.
Booze.
That's right, Carol. It's all right for you. You're in France. Dinesh emails, do you know who else, apart from your friend Boris, attended the Christmas party at number 10? Can you find out? Give the attendees one last chance to own up. If they don't voluntarily come forward and are later found to have attended but not owned up, they should be voted out immediately as MP and also fined and given 100 hours community work for breaking the rules and lying. Easy, says Dinesh. OK. Leave that with me. Andy emails, the reason that the Christmas tree is so puny is because Putin poisoned it. Oh, me? Well, of course not. Why would anybody think this? That tree had it coming. Vladimir Putin, world's second worst person.
Oh, shut up!
Exactly. Let's talk about Christmas markets. Boris Johnson's decision to keep the economy open despite concerns over Omicron could be worth £1.1 billion to the Christmas markets and winter wonderland industry and more than £10 billion to hospitality. Money, honey. The city that generates the most revenue from festive markets is apparently Manchester. £306 million from festive markets. Pfft, rubbish. Followed by Birmingham, where the Frankfurt Christmas market brings in, apparently, £187 million. That's £187 million of candles that smell like mince pies and little wooden reindeers and twirly light things that twist in the wind. Who wants this stuff? I mean, who ever buys that stuff? And it all comes back year after year after year, the exact same things. I want to know where it goes after Christmas is finished, because they don't sell out. They got no end of that stuff. Where does it all go? And where do all those fake Tyrolean huts go? I mean, there must be millions of them. They're everywhere. All identical. All selling the same tat that no one wants. All washed down with plastic mugs of mulled wine so sweet it could take the enamel off your teeth. How are they bringing in £187 million over the short period that they're open? I don't get it. Identikit, useless garbage. No offence. London's Winter Wonderland at Hyde Park is estimated to be worth £119 million. How? It's on for a month. That's about £4 million a day, maths fans. What are they selling in that brings in £4 million a day? I mean, how much is a ride on the big wheel? It must cost the same as a return to Manchester. Other major UK markets include, but are not limited to, Sheffield, £47 million, Belfast, £44 million, Glasgow and Bournemouth, £34 million each, Exeter, 20, Bath, 14, and York and Winchester both at £12 million. How do they come up with these fantastical figures, you might be asking yourself? Well, the data was collected by Where the Trade Buys, a printing firm supplying small businesses who attend markets. Right. The research is based on visitor numbers multiplied by £34 a head. Who spends £34 at these places? They've worked it out as includes one sweet snack, such as a waffle, at £5, one savoury snack, such as a burger, at £7. What, you want a waffle and a burger? How about skipping a meal once in a while? And 2 alcoholic drinks at £10.
Booze.
Now you're talking. And ice skating at £12. Well, for me, that's a no, no, yes, and no in that order. With an extra no for ice skating, just in case you missed it the first time.
No, 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 no.
I really don't understand the appeal of those places. I just don't get it. Christmas markets. Whoever buys anything at them? What are you going to do with a little wooden reindeer? I mean it. And how come it's all the same? Doesn't matter where you go. It's the same stuff being sold by the same disinterested shop persons. I mean, it'd be okay if it was, artisanal food products. Bacon. And, flavoured rum and fudge and all of that good stuff. But it's not. twisting in the wind light things that would amuse a baby for about 3 minutes, and then they'd tear it off their cot and throw it away. I don't get it. Andrew texts, the fold villages. Oh, this is what we were talking about some while ago. Right, it seems so long ago. It's like a different month. Fold. I think somebody called in from a place called Slin Fold or something like that. On the fold villages, it is Old English falod, meaning a staked-off pasture area. So I'm guessing for farm animals. Every day's a school day, says Andrew. Yeah, educational every now and again, ain't it?
No.
Every now and again. Andy says, my tree is a rubber plant with a single piece of tinsel. I'm okay with it. Well, that doesn't sound very festive. Paul says, did that manky Norwegian Christmas tree on display in Trafalgar Square in London have to pass through any strict British aesthetics standards? British aesthetic standards. Yeah, I think that ship's sailed, eh, Bodge? Yes. We ain't got no bloomin' aesthetics. That sounds like French to me anyway. You can stick your aesthetics. Noel says, apparently at the Christmas party, Matt Hancock was the DJ, but he upset everyone when he kept playing Kool and the Gang's Get Down. Some of these need reading before actually reading out on the air. But, you know, this is all live, if you can believe that.
No.
Richard tweets, how many times has the government changed international travel rules since the first lockdown? Well over 50. How is a traveller meant to plan anything? This government is chaotic. Close the borders and be done with it. Yeah, you know, I haven't been abroad for so long now. I'm sort of giving up the notion of ever being able to do it again. It just seems like too much faff to go through, doesn't it? I mean, I'd like to go abroad. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Have some sort of life, something to look forward to. But I suppose I can't have nice things. Why is this happening to me? Brendan says, the London tree is to remind the plebs and the peasants that money is tight. It's an austerity tree. Oh, for crying out loud. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
One of Number 10's own scientific advisors has warned that he would not feel safe going to a Christmas party in Number 10 because you don't know what sort of a social disease you might catch.
Disgusting.
I mean, they're all at it like rabbits over there, said one of Number 10's own scientific advisors. I may have that wrong. He may have just said he wouldn't feel safe going to a Christmas party amid fears of the incoming Omicron wave. Professor Peter Openshaw, a member of the influential SAGE subgroup Nerve Tag, said that the chances of getting infected were too high, even before the emergence of the super mutant variant, which experts fear can make vaccines significantly weaker.
Oh, no.
In other news, doesn't Nerve Tag and super mutant variant sound like something out of a Marvel comic? If only it were, then it might be exciting. Professor Peter Openshaw, a member of the influential SAGE subgroup Nerve Tag, said, personally, I wouldn't feel safe going to a party at the moment if it involves being indoors in an enclosed space where you are close to other people and people are not wearing masks. Even if they've been tested and vaccinated, I wouldn't feel safe, says Professor Peter Openshaw. So it's a good job that no one's planning any parties like that anytime soon. And as you would expect from this catastrophic clown show that we've got running the country, the advice is clear. No, of course it isn't, because the underlings are fighting over who gets to stay at Chevening and who has to go on TV and try and explain the entire government shouldn't be in jail now, and the dear leader is still dreaming of all the fun he had trying to squeeze himself into a child's teacup ride at an amusement park.
Peppa Pig World. Peppa Pig World it has...
yes,
Peppa Pig?
It's the right answer. He's the bloke that's running the country. Can you believe that?
No.
This is actually happening to us right now. We're not hallucinating. This is real life. Tory Party Chairman Oliver Dowden insisted that people should keep calm and carry on with their Christmas plans and parties despite Omicron. At which point practically every business in the land immediately cancelled their Christmas plans and parties. His advice was the polar opposite of other officials' advice, and it was all about as clear as mud. Almost as though they're deliberately trying to confuse us. And do you ever get the idea that the confusion is not by accident, it's actually deliberate? Like they wake up in the morning and think, what can we do to them today? Approximately how far can we push them without affecting our chances of being re-elected? It's like it's a game. Tory party chairman Oliver Dowden said the government had been clear in its guidelines. Like he's trying to pull a Jedi mind trick. These are not the clowns you're looking for. Yet one small problem, Tory party chairman Oliver Dowden is not a Jedi. Boatloads of ministers all said conflicting things about what to do and who to do it to. What's the collective noun for ministers, by the way? Is it a murder of ministers? I'm going to go with that. A murder of ministers offered contradictory and confusing advice. Oliver Dowden said there's a Conservative Party Conservative Party at Christmas still planned. And we can kiss anyone we like under the mistletoe because, interesting fact is, COVID is frightened of mistletoe. Meanwhile, government departments have been cancelling their Christmas parties or holding them online. Online! Does anyone want to go to an online party?
No.
The Department of Education called off its annual talent show, which was due to take place in person and be streamed for those working at home. The talent show was to see if they could find anyone talented enough to be Minister for Education. Any luck? Yeah, apparently not. None there. How about counting with Zaphod?
And 1, 2,
3,
11.
No. Better luck next time. Meanwhile, the Office of Rail and Road said its festive event would also be online. An online party. I mean, why bother? What's the point? The Charity Commission is also expected to hold its Christmas party online. Science Minister George Freeman says, I can tell you the Department of Business won't be having a big Christmas party this year. Nobody would expect us to. This lot are cancelling their own parties and telling us to have ours. But don't worry, because the government says there's nothing to worry about. And Boris Johnson has urged businesses not to cancel office parties and proceed with caution. Just as his ministers told people to cancel their parties, wear masks, take tests and not snog strangers. What does that mean, proceed with caution? What, swerve if you spot a virus? And this kaleidoscope of conflicting advice is, they say, trying to sell us clarity. Do they take us for fools?
Yes.
I believe that that's the case. I mean, there's nothing to dissuade them from that opinion that's happened recently. Tory party chairman Oliver Dowden said the message to people, I think, is fairly straightforward. Keep calm and carry on with your Christmas plans. We've put the necessary restrictions in place, but beyond that, keep calm and carry on. Always with the World War II references. They just can't help themselves. We will fight it with a Secret Santa, and we will fight it at the Punch Bowl, and we will hang the mistletoe in the air and snog the work experience if ever they surrender. And you might think the government can't get their act together to issue some concrete instructions because Bodger's popularity is in the toilet and he doesn't want anything to make us hate him more. As though such a thing was possible, Bodge? Pension Secretary Therese Coffey said, I think there should be much snogging under the mistletoe. Or I don't. She said, I don't think there should be much snogging under the mistletoe. Health Secretary Sajid Javid, Super Saj, said people can snog who they wish. It's got nothing to do with the government who you kiss. Johnson's business minister said it would be sensible to limit Christmas parties to 4 or 5 staff, or just axe them completely. George Foreman, the Under-Secretary of State for Science, said that he was cancelling his own department's party. And hours later, Number 10 urged firms not to cancel Christmas parties and said people are free to kiss who they like. Is that clear?
No.
What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Holly texts, are you partial to a mince pie? I am. Yum. I can't stop eating them. And do you like custard? I like custard, but I like my custard cold, not warm. I'm sure that's not a popular opinion, but that's the way I like it, says Holly. Thanks, Holly. A little bit too much information, but I appreciate you sending along.
Thank you.
Andrew says, don't extract the tooth yet. This is my back tooth. Sometimes there's a 4th canal in the larger teeth at the back, which is harder to locate. I paid £1,500 for a top-notch endodontist. Is that an actual word? Endodontist. But I had to go back. And it turned out to be a 4th canal, says Andrew, who put his faith in an endodontist. I have a fairly good idea where an endodontist would specialise.
Disgusting.
And it's not teeth. Almost the complete opposite of that. Nick says, listening to you whilst getting into bed, my wife has just smothered her face in a new skin mask, apparently scented with Edelweiss. What the hell is going on, says Nick. I don't know, get Engelbert Humperdinck on the phone and he'll explain it to us.
Rock and roll!
Edelweiss. Edelweiss. Mm-hmm. Everybody sing. Nige texts, I've finally seen the tree. Those lights are something else. I've seen a better dressed crab. Yeah, thanks, Nige.
I'm a nutcase.
Appreciate all the work you do. Chris says, parties at Downing Street were not a surprise, but he's just a here today, gone tomorrow Prime Minister. He'll soon be gone. Soon be gone, Bodge? Not a moment too soon. Although the worry is that may be visited upon us to replace him.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, please not him. Anybody but him. Claudia says, is it possible that Boris took the original Christmas tree to his place and replaced it with a second-grade one in the hope that nobody notices? With his track record, I wouldn't be surprised, would you? No, Claudia, I would not be surprised. Nothing would surprise me anymore about the bodge. You know what? I know I've said this before, but there's so many texts and emails and so on. It is a phone-in show. I know that people are disinclined to use their phone as a phone these days, and that's just going to get worse, isn't it? I mean, this way of doing radio, I think its future is uncertain because there's an entire generation of people who just flat out refuse to use their phones as phones. They just don't do it. I mean, the kids these days, if you called them up on a phone, they wouldn't have any idea what to do. You see them spend endless hours just typing away with their thumbs, proffering information that would take them about 5 seconds to say with their mouths on a phone call. They'd much prefer to spend endless hours trading information in brief bursts back and forth as texts. Don't make any sense to me at all. I mean, it's not social, it's the opposite of that, all that typing. And I've said this before, but if you told me 30 years ago that the number one favourite activity of teenagers would be typing, I'd have thought you were out of your mind. But here we are. So anyway, we've just got a boatload of texts and tweets to get through. The mince pies and the custard one. Done that. Thanks, Holly. Thanks again, Holly. Appreciate it. Have I read the thing about the tooth? Oh, yeah, the canal. £1,500 for an endodontist. I don't know why he went to an endodontist to look at his teeth. Nick says, listening to you... no, read that. Nige says, no, read that. Wow, I'm really getting through them. Jan says, why not dress these sorry-looking sparse branches of the Norwegian spruce to London with thick layers of fake snow to double the thickness of the branches and make a cheerful-looking tree? That's not a bad idea, Jan. This one says, your sneeze is how I imagined Ric Flair would sneeze. Who's Ric Flair? I'll have to look that up in the news. No idea who Ric Flair is. Any idea who Ric Flair is?
Some entertainer.
Well, that was a bit dismissive. That was borderline offensive.
Be polite!
Some entertainer? Rude. Pauline says, did you do the story? What story? What story are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. You have to be more specific, Pauline. Which story? I mean, maybe I promised to do a story some while ago, and I, as usual, just forgot about it until right at the end of the show, and then I ran out of time and apologised profusely.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Sedley texts, I have considered Johnson's performance in a proportionate and reasonable way. Taking a specific and limited approach, I have come to the conclusion that he is not fit for purpose, or anything else for that matter. Any comments, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
No comments. Blah, blah, blah. George says, I know you're a Beatles fan. Do you have any comments on the recent Get Back documentary on Disney? Keep rocking, says George. Yes, I do have a comment on the recent Beatles Get Back documentary on Disney. I haven't seen it, is my comment, because I don't get Disney. There's too many TV streaming channels. Way too many. It's just ridiculous. I mean, it's worse than the Betamax and the other one, VHS. Much worse than that, because you just got to pay for every tiny little thing that's out there. I mean, there's just too many of them. They need to get their acts together, or they all need to get well, not bought up, because competition is good. But if I want to watch something on Disney, I can't buy the whole thing, and I want to watch something on Amazon, I can't buy all of that as well, and I can't, twin it with the Sky and Netflix and all of the rest of them. It's just a ridiculous amount. You need to be able to buy everything without having to buy everything. Do you know what I mean? It should be a smorgasbord, like a menu. Not a fixed menu. You shouldn't have to buy everything that's on Disney just to see one show on Disney. It's unreasonable, is what it is. Kenneth tweets, I didn't think you could go up any higher in my estimation, but you managed it with your eulogy to the city I live in, Edinburgh, says Kenneth. It is. I haven't been there in such a long time, but I can't, with apologies to Glasgow, you've got fantastic architecture, but Edinburgh's got the drama. And that smell. Oh, I remember it so well. I wonder if it still smells like that. The brewery smell. Fan-bloomin-tastic. Grass market. Canny whack it. Here's calling Brisbane, Australia. Hello, Steve.
Hello, Nick. How you going, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks.
That's the way. I'm so excited. This is my second time calling you.
Excellent.
Yes. Now, before I just go on to the first thing, I just want to mention I have a little mixed emotion dilemma question that I want to ask you just after I just cover my topic, if I may.
Okay.
Please. No worries. So now we're looking at going to the movies, and my missus has got some free tickets to what they call Gold Class, which is where you get treated a little better at the cinema.
Right, now, wait a minute. Hold on, back up. Gold Class.
Yeah.
That sounds fantastic. What comes with Gold Class?
You get reclining seats. That's one thing I know. I've not actually been to it yet, but apparently you actually get like waited on, I believe.
Oh no! See, that's a really bad idea.
I know.
How can people not sit there for 2 hours and not eat? For crying out loud, people, how hungry are you?
I agree with you. And the worst thing is to, if you start drinking stuff, then you want to leave and have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, you have to wait till you wait till the love scene comes on, because you got about 2 minutes to rush to the toilet and back without losing any plot points, because they'll be doing the loving.
Disgusting.
So you got about 60 seconds, 120 at most, before you have to rush back and the killing starts again.
And so it was about James Bond, so that's where I go, because I've just been listening to your review of that, and you felt it was a little long and dragged on. Is that correct?
Terrible. I couldn't wait till it was over. Awful, awful, awful.
Oh, I suppose then I'll just enjoy the time reclined in the chair, if that's the case.
That's right. Yeah, just spend the time looking at the menu.
That's right. Now, it's funny actually what you're just saying about going to the toilet there, because that actually ties in with my little mixed emotion dilemma question that I have for you.
Mm.
And that is, when you do go to the toilet, and a perfect example of that is one whereby, it is a public type toilet where more than just yourself or your immediate family are using it.
Yeah.
And you sit down and the toilet is warm.
Okay, let's stop.
Yes.
I'll stop you right there. Sit down. It's a no from me.
No.
No, I would definitely not do that under any circumstances.
Well, the question would be, though, if the toilet seat is warm, is that a moment of mixed emotions where you're glad that it's warm, but also there's the...
Yeah.
I battle with that. I do.
Yeah, Steve, you want to make sure that you have done everything required of your body before you leave your home in the morning. Make sure you are clockwork, otherwise, big mistake, huge. And in the cinema, but they really should pipe the. I mean, this is if the toilet is in the cinema. The screen itself, rather than like a communal one out in the hall of a multiplex, but they really should pipe the sound of the film into the toilet, shouldn't they? So you can keep track of where you are.
Even video. I mean, why not have the screen in there as well? I mean,
exactly.
Because you've got me thinking then, Nick, because we went to the Australian Open tennis a couple of years ago, and actually, with the exception of the toilets, even when you left the main arena, everywhere you went, there are always screens that are showing the tennis action, whether you're lining up for food or wherever it is that you might be. You could always see the action.
Yeah.
Well, you've come up on a great idea. Maybe you've mentioned this before, but why not? Because that is a dilemma in itself. I don't want to have to miss the movie, but I really got to go. But what do you do? And that's awful, and especially a movie that goes for as long as what this current one does.
Yeah, and especially if it's being waited on hand and foot, and people are bringing you drinks, booze. I mean, you can't keep it in for 2 hours, 3 hours sometimes, can you? Nobody can.
Correct. That's right, and it just it detracts from the experience when you start to
precisely,
nature, as it were.
Yeah, because if the worst thing is being in a theatre and if they give me free tickets, if it's a theatre production and there's no interval, it's a no from me. No, I will not go, because I'm going to be stuck in the middle of a row, and about an hour and a half in, you can't think of anything other than you really need to go. And it just becomes painful. You can't appreciate what it is that's on stage or on screen. It's the only thing that's on your mind. And it just becomes a completely negative experience.
Negative.
And the thing with that too is it's an experience whereby it only compounds with every minute that goes by. It doesn't dissipate. That's the thing.
It never gets better.
It
just gets worse. Exactly.
That's correct.
So that's why all films should have some sort of a love scene for a specific amount of time in the middle.
Correct.
It
should be mandated how long?
Yeah, exactly. About 2 minutes long, or as long as it is required for the average person to leap out of their seats and rush to the loo and back. I think we should patent these ideas, Steve. We should.
I think so.
Yeah, get them. Sent out in large numbers. This this plan sent out to the relevant authorities, and we'll split it 50-50. How does that sound?
Absolutely fine with me. That's not a problem.
By this time next year, we'll be millionaires.
Absolutely. Almost challenging Boris for how much he has. Almost.
Well, let's not get carried away. All right,
and
thanks
we
a
can
lot.
have our own parties as well.
Yeah, no parties. No parties. Forbidden. All right, thanks a lot, Steve. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, they should play the film in the toilet. That just makes perfect sense. Why don't they do that? But instead, you got, they play Greensleeves or stuff like being put on hold music. I saw it once, but only once did they actually play the sound of the film that you're missing because you've got to go to the loo. Why not? This says Steven Spielberg's version of War of the Worlds is on TV right now. What did you think of that? I thought it was all right, despite not being a fan of Tom Cruise films generally. Well, I am a fan of Tom Cruise films. I think if Tom Cruise's name is on a film, then you know it's not going to be rubbish. You know it's got a certain level of quality. Plus, he does intense better than anyone I can think of. You've never seen me upset. You know that. The one thing good that I'll say about the Bond film is Daniel Craig's pretend driving, because it's a bit of a difficult thing to do. There's absolutely no way he was doing his own stunts. I don't believe that for a second. Tom Cruise, by the way, does, which does make it better. It makes it look more real, even though they can digital a dinosaur out of nothing these days. If a bloke's actually, doing it, jumping across chasms in buildings and all that stuff, it makes it look better. And he does it, Tom Cruise. But Daniel Craig, I don't believe he did his own stunts for a moment. And not driving, not like they had in that film. But it always looks a bit wrong when they're, sitting in a stationary car with the green screen behind them, and the scenery is moving on screen, but the car itself is in a stationary position, and it always looks like that. Except for this Bond film, Daniel Craig did pretend driving really well. It's the best thing in the film, watching him pretend drive, which gives you an idea of how good that film was. War of the Worlds, that's a really good film. It is. But the only problem with War of the Worlds as a story is, spoiler alert,
warning,
it just sort of ends. There's an invasion of monsters from space, and you want them to be, subject to punishment. But it just sort of ends. An invisible menace gets them. Yeah, an invisible menace, like a virus. It gets them in the end. Can you believe that?
No.
A virus causes an entire population of beings to be upended. What a ridiculous plot that is. It's another one of those thousands of films that have been made over the past 50 years that predicted what we're going through right now. You didn't need to be a scientist. You didn't need to be a member of the Yellow Hammer scientific group that was tasked by the government to predict what might happen in the event of a virus about a year or so before the virus actually hit. And did the government pay attention to any of their recommendations?
No.
Not one single one. But you didn't need to be a scientist to figure out what might happen. You just needed to go to the cinema. There must be thousands of films made detailing this precise experience that we're going through now. and nobody thought for a single second to do anything about it. Still, I'm sure he's doing his best. Fred texts, I went to see the original Dune. I thought it was about time travel because after 10 hours, only 2 had passed. Yeah, that's about right. Terrible, terrible film. Really bad. I mean, the new Dune has had good reviews, but I would approach it with trepidation because it's the same director that screwed up that Blade Runner franchise. Shouldn't have been a franchise. They should have just left it alone. But they didn't. Of course they didn't. And they produced Blade Runner 2049, which was utterly abysmal. Shocking. It was like about 5 hours of Ryan Reynolds just staring out the window. I thought it was never going to end. And you had to wait about 5 hours, and absolutely nothing happened. This bloke, it doesn't look like I said before, it doesn't look like a thought has ever crossed his mind, just staring out the window. Until Harrison Ford punched him in the face, and I thought, yes, finally! Stanmore, hello, Tom.
Hey, Nick, I really enjoyed your conversation with the last caller about all these little inventions for going to the toilet in the cinema.
Yes.
I mean, there were so many, even Alan Bennett could write a play about this. But I have some great news. A solution already exists.
What?
And I'll be honest, I've not been to the cinema for a number of years. However, there's an app you can download on your phone. And at the start of the film, it says on the app, like, when you see this logo, click start, and then you put it in your pocket.
Mm.
And when it gets to a point in the film where nothing is happening and it's just boring, or love-making scenes, as you were saying, it vibrates your phone. And it tells you, it vibrates. And that is the signal to go to the toilet.
I don't
whilst
believe
you're in the
you.
toilet, for real, and whilst you're in the toilet, it gives you a synopsis of what's happening in the film at that moment. It says you've got, like, a minute to get back, or a minute 30.
What?
And it's amazing. So there we go. As much as you could probably become a lovely billionaire with these inventions you came up with, unfortunately, it already exists.
I can't believe it. What's it called?
It's called Run P.
Run P?
Yes.
The letter P?
Well, P-double-E.
Oh, P-double-E. Well, that's great. It's like a dream come true. Excellent news. Thanks for passing that on. Cheers.
Very welcome.
Cheers, Tom. 0345 6060 973. Well, I am stunned. I'm sitting here as stunned as Ryan Reynolds looks. James says, did you know that there is more trees on Earth? There are perhaps more trees on Earth than stars in the galaxy. Estimated 3 trillion trees on Earth. Says it on the internet. It must be true.
Correct.
That's absolute rubbish. More stars in the galaxy. 3 trillion trees. There's more trees on the Earth than stars in the galaxy. Rubbish. I mean, when I say rubbish, I don't have any conflicting information. But I didn't previously know that to be a fact, so it can't be true. Robin Sparky texts, we're sat eating lots of decent cheese, drinking brandy, playing Last of Us through, and wonder how the hell is Boris and the Blunderers still managing to win, and what can we do about it? What's Last of Us? You can't do anything about it for another couple of years. I'll tell you what you can do about it. Just remember it all. Everything that goes by, remember. Don't forget it. You might want to take notes. Just so when the time comes for you to put your X in the box, just remember everything that's happened up to now. Don't concentrate on the bribe that Fishy Sunak is going to wheel out. He'll say, I'm going to drop your taxes. Of course he blooming well will. Does anybody believe that he won't?
No.
You'd have to be a chump to believe that he's not going to do that. That's the reason he whacked up taxes, in order to be able to decrease them. You say, look, it's a gift. Vote for me. Jan says, I was flying back from Edinburgh Christmas market, and as my luggage went through, lights and whistles went on. They said I had a suspicious package in my case.
Want to score some pot?
I'd got my granddaughter one of these jewellery boxes that when you opened it, a ballet dancer turned round to a tune, and they thought it could have been a bomb. Right. DC text, if the MPs who attended the party own up in a limited and specific way, in a certain order, do they get extra points? No, DC, and I'm not going to play it again. Susan emails, there were some rows with Norway earlier in the year over fishing rights. I don't know if they ever got it sorted out, but could this be linked to the inferior tree? That's a good thought there, Susan. See what I mean about not forgetting anything? Don't forget anything. If you can't make them pay in the short term, make sure you make them pay in the long term. Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Let's have Strasbourg. Jay.
Oh, that's me. Evening, Nick.
Evening, Jay.
All right. I phoned you last week talking about tart flambés. Boom.
Oh, yeah, tart flambés.
Yeah, and I hear the topic this week is Christmas market.
Is it?
So I thought, well, I don't know. I was listening to you for about half an hour and you're talking about Christmas market.
I was, yeah.
Well, I thought I'd chip in anyway with...
So what's a Strasbourg Christmas market? Because, I mean, that seems to me like where a Christmas market should actually be. You know, there's Tyrolean huts and, all of that, glühwein and all that good stuff. Strasbourg Christmas markets. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they know how to do it. They do it very well in Strasbourg. Apparently it's like one of the number one... one of the top 10 destinations.
Yeah, I heard that. But, okay, so what do they sell?
But to be honest with you, because you were saying it's a lot of tat, and there is a lot of tat. From what I've seen, it's a lot of, like, Christmas decorations, like homemade sort of, what would you call it, artisanal?
Right.
Sort of,
nothing you'd actually want to put on a tree, in other words. No.
I wouldn't personally,
right.
But I guess, a lot of people would.
Yeah.
And apart from that, there's a lot of food, drink, like you say, the glühwein, mulled wine.
How much glue do they put in glühwein, by the way?
I'm not sure, Nick. I wouldn't like to guess.
Couple of squirts. Yeah.
But and you were talking about the Christmas tree as well. If you want to see a good Christmas tree, you should see the Strasbourg Christmas tree. They reckon, as a minimum, it has to be 30 metres high.
Wow, how much is that in feet? It's about 3,000 feet, something like that. Yeah. That's a big tree.
Pretty much, yeah. And apparently they use about 7 kilometres of fairy lights.
Wow, 7 kilometres. Yeah. That's over 50 miles.
Yeah. So, apparently 7 kilometres of fairy lights, 400 baubles. This is what I was looking up.
Blimey. You know how many baubles we've got?
Yeah.
0. Wow, I'm looking at a picture of it right now. That looks fantastic.
It takes 3 weeks to prepare, and I was hoping to go see it tonight, but we decided against it because apparently Strasbourg was heaving.
Yeah, I bet it was. Everybody wants to gawp at the tree. Look at that tree.
Yeah.
Have you seen a picture of our tree in Trafalgar Square?
Yeah, I did look about half an hour ago. I thought
have you ever seen
what the fuss was about.
Such a miserable example in your life?
It looks pretty sad, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Jesus' birthday is not supposed to be a sad event.
Yeah.
That square looks pretty nice, by the way. That's a square in Strasbourg. I don't believe I've ever been to Strasbourg, but it looks like a place to go. Not now, of course. It's blooming freezing out there, I bet.
It's called Place Kléber. And the thing is, tonight I work in a restaurant and it was heaving. And the word going around is that everyone's trying to get out quick because they think in the next week or two they're going to close down the Christmas market because of the rise in COVID cases.
Right. Oh my cron, we're all going to die. Yeah, that.
Yeah. And but on the other hand, good news is they're talking about maybe closing the restaurants at 8:00.
Is that good news for somebody who works in restaurants?
It's good news for me because last year it gave us a bit of a break. When we had we closed around end of October,
right? And
then they went to takeaways.
Well, that's an interesting way of thinking about it. It gave you a break. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I'm talking selfishly. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't actually own the restaurant; you just work in the restaurant.
No, that's right. But then again, our wages were paid by like the furlough, like it was in England. It wasn't it wasn't the boss paying the wages.
Right. So it's like a little holiday.
It's exactly like a little holiday.
A jolly holiday in Strasbourg. Well, that sounds excellent. Pick me up at the airport. All right.
I better let you go, eh?
All right. Thanks a lot, Jay. 0345 6060 973. Everybody's got a nice tree except us. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Billy Tex, you just mentioned Boris Johnson's favourite snack, waffle. Well, that is a good point.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, waffle. Mm-hmm. James says, I heard the next COVID variant after Omicron will be the terrifying Boris variant. Symptoms to look out for include... this is like listener with material. Include old Etonian bumbling and blustering, complete incoherence, lack of any organisational skills whatsoever, and the inability to brush your own hair in the morning. Call 999 if you suffer from any of those symptoms. Keith says, I would plan all Christmas parties before the 21st. Remember the Mayan prediction that the world would end in Armageddon on 21/12/2012. What if the Mayan who carved that tablet was dyslexic and the year was 2021? Huh. I remember that from, was it really as long ago as that? 21/12/2012. That's a good point. I mean, who actually reads Mayan anyway? Maybe it was translated wrong. Maybe it's 21/12/2021. Well, the way this year's gone so far, I wouldn't be remotely surprised. It's the end of the world as we know it, and we feel fine.
Rock and